Hello, hello. Hi, we're going to get started. Hello, good morning. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so happy to have you. My name is Elena Garner, and I'm the Executive Director of One Diverse Industry, and we are bringing you this networking opportunity today that we are so excited about. Today's theme is going to be all about community. Art is community, and you are the future of media. ODI is really focusing on bringing students with industry professionals. So today you're going to hear from the best and the brightest in the industry, some people who volunteered their time and their talent to come and talk to you about what they do. And then later today at 2, we'll have a lunch where you'll get a chance to meet some of these people face to face and ask them your questions about the industry. So have those ready. I do ask that you have your phones away out of respect for the people that are presenting here today. And if you have questions, there will be a Q&A portion after every session where you'll get to ask about that panel specifically. I am so grateful to have Fordham for hosting us again. We were able to come last year, and we're happy to be back. And with that, I would like to welcome Dean Aksoy up onto stage to talk a little bit about the event today.
Thank you so much, and good morning. As Elena said, I'm Lurzan Aksoy, and I serve as the Dean of the Gabelli School of Business here at Fordham University. And I want to extend a very heartfelt, warm welcome to each of you who are here, but also I know we have many that are online. So thank you for joining us at the annual One Diverse Industry Conference and Networking event. So this year, I was looking at the theme, and we're gathering around the theme, Art is Community, the Future of Media. And this theme highlights the important link between creative expression and community, and it emphasizes how the future of media really depends on collaboration and diversity and our collective efforts to really shape a better world for all of us. And of course, you are at a Jesuit institution in New York City at Fordham, and this really deeply resonates with us. The idea that media and art extend beyond just self-expression, but they're also powerful catalysts for community building and narrative shaping and driving social change. So I believe, as I'm sure many of you in this room do as well, that it is our responsibility to leverage these tools, to foster those connections and elevate the diverse voices in the room and innovate towards a future that mirrors our highest aspirations. And I know we're going to be celebrating a lot of advancements and listening to some excellent keynotes here. But we also are confronting the ongoing challenge of achieving true inclusivity and diversity in the industry, and I know that's why many of you are here today. And so I'm really looking forward to exploring how media and the arts can redefine storytelling and how each of you can be a power to move forward your industry and build more inclusive communities. And I just also want to give a special shout out to my dear colleague, Professor Bozena Mirzejewska. Please say thank you. She is the reason why this event is and the connection with One Diverse Industry. So I just want to say thank you for bringing this important event here to Fordham, to the Gabelli School. And I wish you a wonderful conference. So welcome again. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be very brief. First of all, once again, welcome. We have a mission here. Our mission is to bring young people with professionals to exchange about what it means to be working in this industry, what diversity means to us, and where the future lies. And I hope you choose this time to really network. We're going to have lots of panels, but in all these panels, there will be things that are coming in your mind and say, I want to ask a question. Can I ask a question? Please ask that question. Because there's another person in the room who may have the same question. So you help them actually also hear the answer. My name is Bożena Mierzejewska. I'm here professor of communications media management at Fordham. I'm director of a program that is the closest to my heart, which is media management. Any of you who think, what is the business side of media? come to us or ask me a question. I'm happy to help. Once again, welcome. I will be around, and you have such a program lined up that I am so stoked, and I hope everybody online also don't fall asleep because you're not going to not have a chance. Thank you, and welcome again.
Is this hot? Okay, good. Hello, once again. My name is Elena Garner, and I will be leading you through this today. I have invited my head of content, Paul, up here as well. He's going to talk to you a bit too. We're going to start today off talking about what networking actually is and how we build the skill of networking and building community. By show of hands or groans, how many of you, when you hear the word networking, have a bad reaction? Okay, those who are at home, lots of hands in the audience, lots of like, If it's your favorite thing, raise your hand. Are there anybody in the audience? Okay, there's a couple of you. There's like 2 hands that are like, oh, I love this. Okay, great. And guess what? They're professionals. They're people who are already working in the industry. So those of you in the audience that are seeing them, check it out. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about this. The industry is constantly evolving. We are in a moment right now where the type of content is changing, where the type of business is changing, and the people in the business are changing. We also know that our consumers are changing drastically. Streaming has been able to reach so many new audiences, and so it's really important that we learn to interact with multiple people. And while some of us may be more extroverted and love something like this, there are others of us that dread anything that looks like, smells like, sounds like networking. So we're here to provide you with a framework on how to access some of those things. I'll hand it over to Paul.
Thank you, Elena. Alrighty, and again, in the effort of breaking it down, making it as easy as possible and sort of like a machine for you to network to get over maybe this cold, uncomfortable feeling at the beginning, we've provided a number of slides that I had to break down because there were too many. But we'll start here with the concept of vertical networking. So this is executives, these are our panelists, these are our moderators, these are your professors, this is networking up, these are the people who can be your cheerleaders, your mentors, the people who can essentially greenlight your career. So, as Bozina said, as you'll hear a million times today, do not hesitate. You hear or see somebody up here, I'm sure you'll do both of those things, and you're like, okay, they seem really interesting, I have so many questions. By all means, we're about to show you a bunch of tactics on ways you can go up, ask questions, get interested, and make that connection, make that happen. And Elena, let's talk about the other one in a second, but let's get first to this.
We'll start with step 0. You have an idea of something you'd like to make your career. It is really important that you ground yourself in the areas that you find interesting. The things that light you up and make you excited, the things that you want to learn more about, really important that you stay in those things because it's going to come across as icky. It's going to feel weird to you and the people you're talking to if what you're talking to them about you don't care about, right? It doesn't need to be a performance. It needs to be genuinely you. And when you start with your issue, if you start with what you want your career to be, those people will reveal themselves. The opportunities will start to reveal themselves. And the more that you're pursuing the thing that you're crazy about, the more people are going to be gravitating toward you and want to talk to you about them.
Step 1, what companies or individuals do you admire in this space? Okay, so we're obviously here about media, entertainment, and technology. So what shows do you like? What films do you love? What podcasts do you stream or watch? What YouTube creators are your favorite? Maybe it's brands, maybe it's certain tech companies, Google, what have you, Amazon, Samsung, etc. Make a list of all those people you admire that you love to engage with. Like Elena said, genuinely interested in having conversations with these people, having things to say. You're not just going to one of these networking moments just to be like, hey, who can give me a job? I need money. Give me a job right now. It's because you're actually interested and wanting to learn about them, kind of soak in the moment and just learn and be present and actually hear from them. So go ahead, you have an Excel spreadsheet, whatever you want to use, a piece of paper, and just write down, you don't have to do this right now, by the way, later works, but write down all the names of the companies who make the content or make the product that you really enjoy, and then take the extra step and say, I don't know, you love a show that's on HBO, maybe it's The White Lotus that just came to mind. Not only reach out to the people at HBO and Max, but take the extra step, go to IMDb Pro, go to LinkedIn, and find the companies who also co-produced it. I'm sure there's 10 to 12 other ones that worked on the show. They might be a little bit easier to find. And I also refer to this as sort of networking is like being a psychopath, not really, but kind of, because you have to be strategic, you have to be intentional, and you have to do a lot of digging. So there you go. But make a list, make an extensive list, make the effort, take the time. Networking really, while you're in school, as you become a young professional and get out there and work and get that experience, it should be a job. It should be not just a part-time job, but something you engage with on a daily basis, at least for an hour, to accomplish something in a step toward that direction.
Step 2, look them up. Going off of what Paul said, you can Google stalk them. That is a way to find people higher up in the industry. Today, you don't have to Google stalk people. We actually have a program, so you'll be able to see where they come from and what they do, and they'll be here to answer questions. But the best way you can find people higher up is by looking at what they have on the internet. And while it may seem intimidating, it can be great to try and find an in for something that you really care about. And Paul is an expert at this. Paul, can you tell us a little bit about your being a psychopath, but not really in real life?
Of course, of course. So yeah, I mean, when I was in school, I went to Arizona State, and before I got my first internship, I really made the whole process a machine. It was, again, something I engage with on a daily basis. We'll kind of get to that. We'll provide you with some information that can be helpful in this process. But it was an everyday thing. Went on LinkedIn. Again, we'll get to a little more in a second. Don't want to jump ahead and spoil anything super fun. But it was going on LinkedIn, and it was checking out all the things I really enjoy, all the things I love, the people I found that were interesting and I really wanted to talk to just to learn. And, you know, essentially just thinking, hey, I really admire what this person does, what this group does. Let me go track them down. I also use a website called hunter.io. Write that down. You can find anyone on this planet's email address.
Write that down.
It's getting psychopathic in here. But it's a great asset. Hunter.io. I think my mic just went out. Dead batteries. Hold. Hunter.io. Maybe? There it is. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, so yeah, like hunter, like the opposite of gatherer. But yeah, and then, you know, reach out, and don't be nervous to reach out. It can feel uncomfortable. You might be like, okay, I'm just gonna be annoying, it's gonna be awkward, I'm just kind of cold emailing him, that's weird. And it's honestly not. You'll find very quickly that majority of people have all been in everyone's same shoes, and everybody gets it. You know, you need that one cheerleader. Like in media and entertainment, it's so important to find that mentor, and everybody gets it. Everybody gets it. You reach out and you're like, hey, I just want to learn from you. I love what you do. It's a nice ego stroke for them, which they do enjoy. So it's, you know, it's something that's not uncomfortable. It doesn't need to be uncomfortable. Can we?
To get a physical coffee. If you don't like coffee, that's okay. Get a smoothie. I know some people that's like a hindering thing for them. Like, I don't like coffee. I don't want to invite
You
someone
can
to
get a
coffee
tea
shop.
as well.
You can get a tea. There's so many options. It should just be a way for you to spend 15 to 30 minutes with someone and have some FaceTime. Make this your job. Networking can feel a little icky at first, especially when you are making connections with people who are already established in the industry, who already have a foundation of a community built. But you need to think of this as an allotted time every day, right? You're gonna get up in the morning, you're gonna say, okay, I have my spreadsheet of people that I have looked up, that I want to get to know, whose job I want to have, and I'm gonna shoot them a message. I'm gonna try and arrange meetings for myself every single week. And this can also be fun. You can think of it as a way that you're building professional friendships and relationships. And a really good goal to start is 2 meetings a week, right? 2 coffees, 15 to 30 minutes, very manageable. You can do it between a class, you can do it after work, you can do it on the weekend, and it will just help you get into the habit. I don't want to say like dating, but kind of. It's very uncomfortable, and you need to practice in order to get better at it.
I 100% agree with that. Once you get like 3 to 4 awkward kind of like, hey, how's it going? Yeah, my name's blank. Phone calls or meeting up for coffees or things of that nature, it'll just feel easy. And we'll give you guys some questions of things in which you can kind of approach the meeting with, so it's a little less, like dating, kind of where should this conversation go? But really this 12 to 15 people a week, shoot for 2 meetings a week. We did this presentation in the spring, and a student hit me up afterward, and he was like, that seems crazy. Should I, do I really need to do that? To which I responded, your career has no effect on me, so that's completely up to you. But I went and I did the math, I crunched the numbers, and it literally it takes about 2.5 hours. I don't have the Excel spreadsheet that I did this with, but hit me up after if you're interested. And it's 2.5 hours out of your week to accomplish this. And again, we're about to follow up with more materials that can help out this process, but it really is something, how many minutes a day is that? Very few. I won't do the math now, but feel free to. So it is something that's obtainable. And now here we go. We're at the meeting.
The meeting. These are some example questions. You may take your phone out to take a photo of these if you would like. You may also write them down. Those of you at home, you can screenshot, you can write them down. These are just some sample questions that you can think of to yourself to kind of get you started on what your intention for these meetings are going to be. So asking someone, can you walk me through the story of your career? You're going to hear a lot of what I like to call origin stories today, where people tell you how they got into the industry and how they came to the job. You're going to notice many of these people are passionate and kooky, and very few of them have a linear career. So release the need to find a linear path. It's very okay if you bounce around. Another thing, driving force, asking them what they're kooky about. We can go to the next one. Over here, we want to talk about keys to success, maybe asking about the company. Again, take some photos here. And this can just be a good framework for you. I would not advise having it out on the table at the coffee, because that's a little studied and strange, but just in your back pocket to reassure yourself, okay, I have some way to structure this conversation. And as you're driving more into your issue and really talking about the things that you enjoy, things will start to come more organically, but these are just some ideas for you.
And just real quick, I want to double tap on this. Do research. Actually, don't just hit up anybody on LinkedIn. Don't just find anybody's email on hunter.io, which is a great platform, and I get residuals from it, so use it. No, I'm kidding. But actually do research. Don't waste these people's time. They're offering, a 30 minutes to an hour to meet with you, to speak with you. Do research, come prepared. Don't waste anybody's time, because that's just, quite frankly, being rude and annoying. And by the way, these questions I literally took from my notes tab on my iPhone that I would go to meetings with back in the day. And nobody seemed to hate the interaction with me. So I think there's a lot of great stuff in here. And as you'll see, there's definitely, there's a lot, and we won't go through all of them, but there is a goal in mind. You're really getting into it. You're really understanding how you can be working right now and what you can be doing right now to succeed, as well as what's happening down the line, and kind of give you a North Star in a way.
We're telling you to meet strangers, so some things to keep in mind. Your safety is of the utmost importance. I like to say if it feels weird, it's weird. Paul's version is, if you have a gut feeling, you're right. The Me Too movement did a lot of things, but not everything. And you never have to compromise your safety or values for anyone. It doesn't matter how high up they are. It doesn't matter how much power they hold. If it feels wrong to you, if it feels unsafe, get out of there. So some advice we like to give, we gave this presentation to a couple undergrad classes earlier in the year. And I was thinking about it, because they probably don't know. Maybe some of you are grad students, so you know. A bar or a club is not okay for an industry meeting. Don't do that.
No business is happening at 4 a.m.
Yeah, no business
in a
is
club.
happening at 4 a.m. with libations. Just not a good idea in general. Someone's private residence, also a no. even if it's Beverly Hills and you've always wanted to be there, no, meet in a public place where people can see you. No weird stuff.
No weird stuff, and no hotels either, which this one's a little more wishy-washy because people will come into town. It will be convenient. It will be easy for them. But when in doubt, go back to, if you have a gut feeling, you're right, stay safe out there. You are, at the end of the day, meeting strangers.
And it's important for you to also create a safe space for people. So if you're hoping to meet someone, don't invite them to your apartment. Don't put them in a position where they have to tell you no because it's uncomfortable. Just be professional and make it as public and above bar as possible.
Okay, and step 4, keep in touch. If you made a short film and you spoke with a producer or somebody at NBC, keep in touch. Maybe drop little hints in the meeting to say, hey, this is what I'm working on. They'll probably ask you that. This is what I'm working on. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm studying. You make a short film, share the link with them. Show them what you're doing. Show off your talents. If you're a 22-year-old white straight guy, you're probably involved in a podcast of some sort, and send that
Aren't we
to
all?
them and let them know that you're putting in that effort, because there's that effort alone of, especially when you're doing something for free just to get the work done, just to end up with a product to showcase your skills. People do admire that. I got an internship once literally because the guy was like, you do so much free work for yourself. Can you do that free work for me? And I was like, absolutely. So keep in touch and keep them updated and let them know and regularly check in, even if it's like end of the year, happy holidays. That's not weird. You're just tapping in, saying hello, let them know that you are still living and breathing. So yeah, never lose touch of the email chain.
Okay, so now we've covered the hard part of networking, right? The more intimidating, vertical talking. Now we're gonna get into horizontal networking. This is your community. These are the people you already know who are 1 or 2 steps away from you. I always like to tell the story of how my entertainment career blossomed. It was, I think, a Friday night, and my friend insisted that I go to Nowadays, which is in Brooklyn. I don't like to go out. I'd rather read my books with my cat. He's 13 and loves me when I'm at home. Anyway, I go to this place, and there's all these yurts. And I was like, oh, this is a little weird. I don't know. I don't really want to hang out. And I spent this night in this yurt with all of these creative people who I kind of dragged and, acted crazy with, pitched some story ideas. And it turned into my entire career. It started as a podcast that I worked on with Paul, a podcast that made it to New York Comedy Festival, a New York Comedy Festival that introduced me to new industry professionals in local news. It brought me to Evan Shapiro, who brought me to One Diverse Industry, which I now run and am able to cultivate spaces for students and industry professionals alike. And it started with a yurt, which is the most, wait, do you guys know what a yurt is?
I have no idea what that is.
Okay, it's like a tent. It's like a tent in the woods with a bench and like heaters. It's pretty cool, actually.
I think we have a slide about that, actually.
Yeah, no, he's kidding.
Right.
But these were my friends and my friends' friends, and just getting together and being myself and talking with people who were adjacent to me, I was able to build my own career for this. So I encourage all of you to think in this way later when we have some time to be talking. The people around you are also a part of your network. The students in your classes are a part of your network. The people in your third spaces, like the gym or religious areas, are also a part of your network, and you can build a career from those relationships that already feel organic to you. Oh, and perfect, leads me, great segue into the ODI network. You now have today all of these people you're going to meet here, the professionals that are so excited to meet you, to expand your network. They are now a part of your network. ODI, we were going to see in a minute our socials and our newsletters. Every month we're sending out a newsletter with job opportunities, with networking events. We have a plethora of online content, thank you, Paul, where you can hear from professionals, where you can get in contact with them. And this is now a resource for you. Please reach out. My email is on the website. You can always email me. I would love to chat. I'm happy to put you in connection with anyone you meet here today. You can just let me know.
And same here. And also in those newsletters, we do get a lot of internship notices from companies that we have partnered with in the past who say, hey, please send this out to your students. Let us know their names if they've applied, and we will, go through their resumes and put it at the top of our stack, which is a huge opportunity because we got one from what, NBC SNL
NBC SNL,
last semester, and
Warner
that's
Music
like
Group,
crazy.
Forbes BLK,
Mm-hmm.
Spectrum News.
Exactly.
We have lots of industry partners. You'll hear from many of them today. They
Mm-hmm.
want to meet you. You are the future. They want to hire you. They want to work with you. So let this be a channel for you to be annoying and ask questions. You should be annoying. You should be persistent. The more tenacious you are, the more you're going to build for yourself.
100%. So speaking of internships, when you approach, right, because we talked about this, you have an idea of what you want to do, you have the companies, the spaces that you admire, and when you approach, okay, how do I get an internship to get that foot in the door? Don't just say, okay, I want to apply to Disney's creative internship, because of course at any of those huge companies, it's you and a million others, which it can absolutely happen for you, so I'm not trying to throw any shade over there, but open up that door a little bit more. Check out the distribution internship. Maybe it's not where you want to end up. Maybe marketing isn't where you want to end up. Maybe the business administration internship isn't where you want to end up, but it's your foot in the door moment, and it's your chance to grow your network. You'll get there, right? You'll be in the internship, you'll be in the building. So physically, you will get through the door after putting your foot through it. And then you can meet people there. You can tell your advisor, hey, I really am interested. Let's say you're doing marketing. I'm really interested in being a writer. Could you introduce me to, whoever, the staff writer on Enter Show here? And then they'll probably be cool with introducing you because you do good work. So they'll introduce you. And then maybe after this internship is up, you now have connections in that other internship, and you have more of a personal connection, and you're getting the chance to showcase your ability to get a job done, which is, like we've said before, the most important thing. So really look at every internship and every possible intern role and take the shot and take the time to make that cover letter. And this is just, again, on the coattails of that. So I'm a filmmaker and a producer now at Evan Shapiro's company, eShap. My first job in the industry was in the writer's room as an intern at Funny or Die. And an exec there told me this, and it's always stuck with me. How are you supposed to be trusted with a $50 million budget if you can't remember to not put croutons on that salad? This is so true. Even something as small and as little as this is you getting a job done. Those writer's room folks were so appreciative when I brought them salads without croutons. When it did have croutons, those people would not be as happy, and that exemplifies that I could not get the job adequately done. So no job is small. Everything's a chance to make an impact and show that, hey, I can hear it, I can digest it, and I can make it happen. You don't have to worry about it. It's done.
And as with any relationship, you need to build trust, right? Something as small as getting a salad correct is you building the relationship and building trust. And maybe to you, it's not the most glamorous thing, but those are the types of interactions that people are going to remember and call you up for, right? Like, oh, I need a showrunner. At the last minute, this person called out. Well, I know so-and-so, who was my assistant for a year, is very competent and gets things done and knows how I work. I trust them. I'm going to bring them onto this project.
100%. And one thing I want to add that I didn't want to include, because I'm sure we're already getting close to time and we want to do a Q&A, but be the squeaky wheel. For that same internship, I had applied everywhere and never even heard back from anything, but I ended up calling their office and finding their phone number, probably from hunter.io. And I found their phone number somewhere, and I called their office, and the gal who answered the phone happened to be the internship coordinator and said, we've never had anybody call us and ask about an internship. I'll give you an interview next week, even though we closed our internship interviews last week. Ended up getting it. That was my first step into the entertainment industry. So be the squeaky wheel. If it's obviously approach it with if you try to call CAA, you probably won't get far calling their office. But let's say it's a smaller company around 10 to 15 people, give them a call. Just see what happens. I mean, those are the type of people who are shown that, hey, I'm going to take that extra step to get this done. I really want this. I'm really tenacious, and I really want, to explore this opportunity. So be that squeaky wheel.
Be squeaky. To you,
Squeaky.
It seems like you're being annoying, but you want to be the most annoying person. No one goes into this industry because we're cool, calm, and collected. We're all nerdy and passionate and care about media and entertainment. We want to make products. We want to entertain people. So release that need to care about what people are thinking and really drive to show them you want this job and you'll do what it takes to get it. And here we are, our socials, our fancy QR code. We have a link tree on there
We do.
with, wait, by raise of hands, do any of you know what a link tree is? Okay, so about half of us. It's a link that holds all your links. So if you don't have one, take this link tree home. If you have any materials like a website, if you're working on a screenplay, put it on there. Put your headshot and resume so that when people ask you for a business card, which maybe you have one of those too, can go in your link tree, you can give them their link and they can see what you're working on. They can contact you if need be, and they can follow you on social media.
Just don't put your entire screenplay on there. Just maybe like a concept and a log line and a summary.
for that.
And maybe a deck, you know.
So they don't steal
Control
your
the
stuff.
IP. Yeah. Alrighty. Q&A?
Q&A. All right. So I'm going to have my mic runners bring these around the audience. If you need a moment, collect your thoughts. Paul and I are here to answer your questions about networking specifically or any of the programming for today.
Or the wired.
And I'll come to the podium.
Hi, my name is Raya, and I had a networking question. So, when you're reaching out to someone who's big in a company, they probably receive a lot of emails or LinkedIn messages. So, what's something to stand out that would make them more likely to respond initially?
My tip for this one with a large company is to find the HR recruiters. I would look for them first because they're actively searching social media and they're actively checking their email. If it's something like Disney, you're right, the CEO is probably not going to see your email. And even if you're eloquent and passionate and write, you know, a Pulitzer Prize winning email, they're probably not going to open it. But if you can find an admin, if you can find an HR, what's the other title? Not recruiter.
I
Someone
forget.
in HR, someone in HR, and they're on LinkedIn, and they'll say, it's usually the purple banner looking to hire. Those people, you can find their emails first, and they will be very responsive.
And just on the tail of that, I think like absolutely just knowing your audience, but I'd say how I would structure it is intro the email talking about how much you admire the work and why you admire the work. And then, what was the second part of it? Oh,
Why-
and then make it clear that you're going into this because you want to learn, because you want to be a sponge, because you admire what they do, right? You want to learn and you just want to kind of sit in their brain for a second and understand what got them there.
Love it. Other questions? No question too small. Come on.
Hi, my name is Madeline, and I was wondering, you've given us a lot of really wonderful advice, but what is something that you wish that you heard when you were kind of at this college-aged, early working professional-aged stage in your life, and was really excited about getting into the media entertainment industry?
Elena, you look like you have an answer. You go
I
first.
do. My answer was I wish I had gotten some insight into vertical networking and being a psychopath. I, in my life, operate strong and wrong most of the time and care a lot about the things I'm interested in, but made the rookie mistake of not looking people up before I met them. And so I would go in very hot, roasting people, dragging their stuff, which ultimately worked well for me as a person. But if I could go back and advise myself, it would be to do more research and know how renowned and wonderful these people were and the time that they were giving me. I think it can come across as disrespectful sometimes, and obviously that was not my intention. I just was waltzing through life. But really important to know who you're talking to, and again, knowing your audience.
Yeah, and I think for me it's the opposite because obviously I specialized in being a psychopath in the vertical networking. but I kind of didn't take the time to do enough horizontal networking. Like I was so focused on vertical networking, getting experience on larger things that I really, it took me a second because I started writing and like getting out the screenplay pretty early in my college career that I was looking to share around when I met up with people and did the networking stuff. But when I wanted to actually make something a short film, when I was a sophomore in college, I realized, oh shit, I literally know nobody who can help me make this. Like I don't know anybody who can be the grip. I don't know in DP who's actually good at what they do.
You need gaffers.
So exactly.
You always
So
need gaffers.
it delayed me actually being able to do anything for like a month. And luckily I met just the coolest people who I still enjoy working with today. But that was something for me that, you know, on the flip end is that I didn't really water that plant enough. And when it was time to do so, you know, it wasn't there. So definitely, you know, take the time to not just try to climb up the ladder, but talk to each other, work with each other. You know, you will be working with your peers for the rest of your life. The executive who's 65 will definitely help you and offer great advice, but he will not be your peer in 20 years for obvious reasons.
I think we had one up here. Thank you, Kamara.
Hi, my name is Amber, and I was curious to hear more about that podcast that you mentioned. Just kind of what was the content of it? How did that end up opening doors for you?
For sure. The name of the podcast is Cancel Culture Pod, and the goal of the first and second season was to examine different comedy and talk about why it's canceled or not, and then try to rewrite a joke that was uncancelable about very, I was gonna say egregious, but maybe polarizing topics. We talked about sexual assault, we talked about trans jokes, we talked about all the things that you're not supposed to be touching, and we were trying to solve for if we could make things funny without getting canceled. And it was great. How that came to be, lots of group effort, lots of wonderful people in the corner. Paul was producer on that, so he can talk more about the behind the scenes and how that came together. I was on the writing side and the talent side. Basically, that helped further my career because I was able to build a network organically through work. And sometimes that eases the pressure. And yeah, it's kind of random. I'm going to be so real with you. My path is not linear at all. I trained as a dancer my entire life. I have been very involved in theater and have performed at cabaret shows. And then I jumped into comedy for a hot minute. I'm working on producing and local news, which everyone I have met is through a project where I showed up, I did my best. I am the most annoying person ever. I am always asking 100 questions. I am always the first one there and the last one to leave. I want to know everything about their brain. I want to know how things are happening. And that just has helped me bounce around. So the podcast, if we're going to do my chain of network, the podcast, I met Jamie Shapiro in a yurt. Then I was introduced to Evan Shapiro, who is CEO of eShop and helped produce this podcast. Then Evan brought me to a fancy dinner with a bunch of cable people where I was definitely the youngest person there. The cable people introduced me to the news people, and now I work at Spectrum News in Chelsea Market at New York One. So, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank
Word.
you.
Thanks.
Hi, my name's Agam. I was wondering, when looking to hire an intern, what qualities stand out on a resume, and how can I make my resume more interesting or more pulling towards a specific group?
I think you should take this one.
Okay. I was just thinking about this literally last week because we were hiring for a role for this upcoming production, and this individual is actually right upstairs, and he works with us at ODI. And
Shout out Taylor. Hey.
Shout out Taylor. You're somewhere lingering in the shadows. But I immediately thought of him, and I immediately think of ODI and the students who either intern with us or come and help out for the event, and student stars, the people who follow up afterwards and ask questions or ask for advice. Because for me, just the biggest X factor is just how hard are you willing to work for it? Like, are you following up? Are you checking in? In Taylor's case, he has been working with us for a long period of time, so it was like, okay, I'm gassing Taylor up right now, but as well deserved. But it's just like if I can identify that this person that can be trusted, if I don't have to double check with them every day that something's getting done, you know, if they're the ones following up with me on email to set another meeting based on what we talked about last time, I'm like, oh, he took notes. Okay, I like that, okay. And he probably made a note to follow up with me. And then if you obviously, you know, worked here, like all the great student stars and our interns who work with us full year round, you know, we see, okay, these people are great hard workers. And I know personally, whenever I have like, okay, an opportunity or something, I look at the ODI list and I'm like, who might be right? So that's the answer for me.
For your resume specifically, something that really bothers me is font, which I know might seem small, but the more clear and concise you can make your resume and the easier it is to read, the more likely it will be read. I have seen resumes submitted with like Comic Sans and it's pink, which you are all at Fordham, so like you probably have professors that are walking you through that a bit. I personally like it when the skills are at the top and not at the bottom. That's just personal preference, but it can look like whatever you want. I think it's important to gas up your skills, especially if you're applying for media and entertainment. Most execs in media and entertainment are pushing the 50s, 60s, so they want to know everything you can do. If you can do Outlook, Microsoft Suite, Linktree, to you, it might seem like a simple, basic skill because you're so tapped into the internet and technology. But for them, that's considered a skill that they need you to know because they don't know how to do it. And they want to have someone who's going to be quick on their feet and be able to get the work done. So anything that you do that you think is simple tech, put it in your skills.
Hi, my name is Jill, and this is kind of more of a question for you because you mentioned that you did come from like the performance side of the entertainment world, and I was just wondering if you had any advice or tips coming from someone who is also wanting to like explore that other side of the industry, and if you just had any advice or things you wish you knew before you kind of made that switch.
Of course. Can I ask what performance background you're coming from?
Theater, dance, and acting.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. I think the hardest transition from performer to industry leader is as a performer, you're not supposed to ask questions. You're supposed to take direction, right? You're supposed to know your material and get it done. And so it can be kind of tricky while you're on a project to ask. But the great thing about a project is that's a horizontal network. So I empower you to ask the director, the creative director, the choreographer, if they want to get coffee. Pick their brain about how they're moving into that side. Show up. Showing up is like the biggest part, right? Show up to events like this. Show up to other conferences where they're talking about the nitty-gritty business, even if it's marketing or recruiting. Those are really great spaces where you can talk to people. And you'll find that a lot of people on the business side migrate from the performer side. Right? That's probably because we're starving artists and like at some point you need health insurance, but, or not, maybe you're a dancer and you have health insurance, go AGMA. But I think breaking out of your comfort zone of being able to ask questions, be able to remove that uncomfortability and just have confidence in yourself, right? That's, for me, the biggest transition was that. You're welcome. Let's have Samantha come down and Kamira go up. Thank you so much.
I go first?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Vicente, and I don't have a background in this industry, so I don't know if any of you have like any advice for me because I'm pivoting from a like very technological background and I want to go to the entertainment and media industry. So I don't know if you have any advice that I can take.
You want to take this one?
I think all the things we talked about regarding networking today is so up your alley right now. Because, and this is what I think everybody should keep in mind at this stage in your career and being at such a great place like Fordham, being in New York City, you know, bustling, you know, just learn, focus on learning, focus on meeting as many people as possible, focus on learning about all different areas of the business, try to get internship experience or any experience possible in some avenue just to keep learning, soak it up, soak up everything, meet as many people as you can, and just find ways to learn. And I think it'll work out well if you do that.
May I ask what inspired your switch?
I wanted to do something that, as you mentioned at the beginning, like makes sense to you. And entertainment and media is something that I'm very passionate about. So I want to combine work and doing something that I actually enjoy.
Yeah,
So
it makes
that's why.
life worth living, for sure. I hear you, I understand. I think that will lead you farther than you think. There are very few people whose career path into the industry is linear. It's not something like becoming an attorney, which a lot of attorneys I know are not linear either, but it's not a direct like pre-law, grad school, clerking. You kind of bebop around. And those skills you're bringing from your tech jobs will serve you in media entertainment. They are directly translatable, and you care about this. So if you start to feel that little voice inside of you freaking out, remind yourself you care about this, and the people that you're interacting with are also jazzed about it and want to talk to you about it.
And you're coming from a space that is so valuable now in media and entertainment that, go through and take a look at all what you've learned already in your previous interests, and just check out those different avenues as you go through those conversations and possibilities and say, hey, how can this be applied? Or maybe it's something you don't really like to do. How could I avoid it? But then also maybe dip a toe to show, how valuable and skilled I am in that way.
And we had another question.
Hello, my name is Ali Reza. I have a really extreme, almost unhealthy passion for video games, and I always wanted to work in that industry. As you said, I've started reaching out to people via LinkedIn and stuff, and I asked them for coffee chat time and stuff like that. But unfortunately, the main discouraging thing for me was that they never reached back to me. And that somehow has been a bit discouraging. It's like cold water on my head. So I wanted to know that how do you guys get over it, and how can I get over this discouraging feeling that I have?
I hear you. It can be so discouraging when you hear nothing. I would say don't give up. Keep being persistent. Also try at different times of year, right? Maybe over the summer you blew them up, but they were at their family home. They were traveling. Summers are often a lull in industries. September surge, right? In the burr months, everybody is on it. They're trying to hire. They're trying to get rid of their budgets. They're trying to meet new people. There's fundraising galas. Try again. Try again, see what happens. Try finding new people in the company to bug. And Paul's really good at this and a veteran at sending many, many messages, so I'm sure he can speak to that.
Back to the slide that we talked about earlier, right, is having such a robust list of contacts and going through all those different companies. At CAA, there's a whole gaming department now, and that's a whole huge funnel of individuals who could be folks to talk to there. Disney and Epic Games, Take-Two. I don't know all the video game companies, but there's so many of them, of course, and there's so many different divisions in different places and different areas of business, that having that huge list of people, and this will be beneficial toward, for you later on in life, is maybe you start your own business, and maybe these are certain clients or people you want to, reach out to and connect with, and maybe it's sales, I don't know, what have you, but always kind of developing a funnel, to make it that machine will keep you away from feeling discouraged, because you'll be like, okay, maybe I didn't hear from these 10 people. That sucks, but it's okay because I just heard back from that, 21st person I sent that email out to from 3 weeks ago. So when you make it that machine and you always kind of have pizzas in the oven or whatever that is, whatever that quote is, that will help you kind of get over that and just be able to keep moving along. And, it will come, Be a little bit of the psychopath and it will come and track them down.
Thank you. I think we have time for one or two more questions. Oh, we've got one behind you, Samantha.
Hi, my name is Francisco, and my question is, when networking, how do you not sound, desperate when asking about a job role or a job position, an internship, something like that? How do you make that sound natural in the conversation?
So real, so real. Knowing your audience is a big one. Some people want to hear you be direct, and you'll feel that out because they'll say something about it and they'll ask you directly. A good way I have approached this is I'm really looking to expand my skills. Do you have any advice on how I can grow? Do you have any opportunities you've seen that might help me break into this? And that's organic to me. I talk like that normally. If you don't speak that way, like maybe make it less formal and chill. I'm sure Paul has a go-to phrase that he uses.
I don't necessarily have go-to phrases, but maybe in my back pocket. No, I think just keeping in mind, like, this isn't transactional. You know, you're going into this, how many times can I say this? To learn, you know, and just understand more about this individual, their company, you know, expand your knowledge of the industry, which is so important just alone by itself. You know, don't go into it expecting for that job to come now. Maybe something happens down the line. Maybe you end up working together with this person. Maybe they end up hitting you up and offering you a job. Maybe you just keep in contact and that's that, but you've learned from them. And, you know, so just don't go in thinking like, okay, I'm expecting X salary. Hopefully I leave knowing that my paychecks
Yes.
will be signed by this person.
Important to remember, it's not a job interview.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
a chat. So a
Exactly.
little less pressure.
Yeah.
More about building the relationship than pitching yourself for the role. And with that, I think Paul and I are going to wrap. I'm
Yeah.
going to leave him to introduce our wonderful panel. Thank you, thank you. As I said, there will be a lunch later. There will be some opportunities to chat. Paul and I will be around if you have other questions that you'd like to approach us with. But I am so thrilled to announce our first panel. I'll give it to you, Paul.
Let me get over here so the people can hear me. All righty. Next up, we have the media and entertainment panel, Producing Your Life. And I want to welcome to the stage Lori Green, an educator, content creator, adjunct faculty member, storyteller, digital innovator, and university board leader. Lori has been making a difference for organizations and learners over 2 decades, a well-known speaker on digital and educational issues. She's a proven executive, highly proficient in training, teaching, career development, leadership, content creation, curriculum development, social media, TV, and more. She is currently the founder of LPG EDU and comes from a past as a Netflix employee as global education manager. Lori, all you, I'll let you take it away.
Great.
Thank you.
So first thing, I have to cut that bio down. Second thing, hi everyone. So nice to be here. Hope you're all well. The other thing about networking is never leave somebody without asking if there's somebody else you should be talking to. So this way you always have another person. All right. So I'm really excited to introduce the panel. Our first panelist is Evan Shapiro. He's owner of eShap, which offers media insights as a service. He's also the unofficial cartographer of the media universe, an Emmy and Peabody Award-winning producer of titles such as Portlandia, This Film Is Not Yet Rated, Please Like Me, Comedy Bang Bang, Brick City, and many more. He's also an adjunct at NYU and Fordham, and he's an amazing human being and a good friend. So please give a good hand to Evan. Next up is Jazz Pitcairn. She's an Emmy award-winning writer, director, and producer from the Cayman Islands, best known for writing on HBO's Emmy-winning series, A Black Lady Sketch Show. At 17, Jazz was nominated for the Best Local Filmmaker at the Cayman International Film Festival and continued her career at NYU Tisch. She worked for several major studios like A24, HBO, Apple TV, and was the first Cayman person to write for an American network television show at just 23 years old. She's also held many different roles in the industry, so please welcome Jazz. And last, but certainly not least, is Isaac Hurwitz, is a creative producer and a Drama Desk Award winner with more than 2 decades of experience producing acclaimed work such as the Tony-nominated Broadway productions of Water for Elephants and Gutenberg, the musical, as well as the current Broadway revival of Once Upon a Mattress. He's also a producer of the London and touring productions of Mrs. Doubtfire and The Devil Wears Prada. As SVP of 20th Century Fox's live stage division, he oversaw all stage working with the likes of Elton John, Cyndi Lauper, and more. Please welcome Isaac. So thank you all so much for being here. Very excited. So I told you a very little bit about our panelists. So I'm going to ask them to briefly talk about their career and what they do today. So I'm going to go this way and start with Isaac.
Hi there. I actually started my career as a musician and a director. I went to school for theater, but I was a music director in the theater, and I played piano, and I knew that I didn't want to be doing that long term, but I wanted to be in as many different rooms as I possibly could be in. And so I used every potential skill I could and ended up working at the Encore series at City Center, which gave me the opportunity to work with 1 million different people in a very short period of time. Among the people I met was an Australian who was agitating to make a festival of new musicals here in New York City. And he and I, in a very sort of like Mickey and Judy, let's put on a show in a barn kind of way, said, well, let's start a festival. And we started this thing called the New York Musical Theater Festival, which that was in 2003 that we started planning it. I thought it would be a summer of fun, and it ended up being 10 years of my life we produced about 350 new musicals, including Next to Normal, Altar Boys, Title of Show, a lot of things that transferred. And that led me to being a producer, because by de facto, I was responsible for turning this one-off thing into an institution and trying to make it sustainable. And I think throughout that process and my whole career, it's been about building communities of artists and business people and putting together the networks that would make work happen. So after 10 years of that, I was headhunted to help 20th Century Fox start a theater division. And that I did for about 7 years, overseeing all of the, as Laurie mentioned, all of the adaptations of movies to musicals. So Anastasia, Moulin Rouge, Mrs. Doubtfire, The Devil Wears Prada, things like that. And then Disney bought Fox, and I became a solo producer and started a company in partnership with someone I had worked with almost 2 decades prior. I think you'll probably hear a lot of things over the course of the day about your network and maintaining relationships in the most unlikely of places. But that's what I do now, is I produce theater, and we have some TV projects in the works, and but that's my history.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jazz.
Hello. Okay, cool. So yeah, my name is Jazz, and I am a writer and director from the Cayman Islands. Can I take this? There we go. All right. I'm a writer and director from the Cayman Islands. I came to New York to go to NYU to study film and television, where I met Evan. He was one of my professors. But also I interned at a lot of places like A24 in international distribution, or casting at CBS, digital video at Bravo. And there, my goal was really just to get a foot in the door anywhere and kind of figure out like options for myself when I graduate. I'm an international student, and so visas are a thing, trying to get jobs are a thing. I know that my dream was to be a writer, director, in production for film, or television, but who knows when that's gonna happen. So I wanted to make sure I had the opportunity to work in the corporate entertainment side if that were to become a thing. So I did that all throughout college, while also developing relationships with professors and guest speakers and anyone that would come in. And then out of college, one of my professors recommended me for an assistant position. I genuinely believe I was just the first person to apply, and they were desperate for someone. And so within like 24 hours, I had the job, was starting on Monday. I think I was interviewed on the Thursday. So I did that job for about 4 or 5 months. It was the Apple show Dickinson. After that, another person who was a guest speaker in one of my classes, who I'd stayed in touch with, worked for the production company that made a Black Lady sketch show. She put me up for a writer's assistant position. I started doing that job immediately after. After that, I did some freelance development work on a docuseries that will never see the light of day, because that's just how life is sometimes. And then I was promoted to be a staff writer on a Black Lady sketch show the year after. And then from there, when you become a writer and like you're in the WGA, like you're working for 3 or 4 months of the year on a show, and you do get paid a yearly salary in that chunk of time. So I then used that as an opportunity to pivot back to what my real goal was, which is to be a feature film director. I went home to the Cayman Islands, made a short film as a proof of concept for my feature, and have been working on said feature ever since. So we finished the short. We're about to finish the film festival circuit now. We got into a bunch of great ones, which is cool. I just did a short film premiere in Cayman about a week ago, actually, and we got a lot of interest in funding for the feature, as well as just local like got an email asking me to put it on the in-flight entertainment for the Cayman Airways airline now, actually. So anyway, that's more or less what I've been up to.
Wait, how long have you been out of school?
3 years.
Yeah, all that 3 years out of school.
Yeah.
I guess I'll go now. I dropped out of college, never went back. And while I was in college, I ran a student-run theater group, and I really wanted to do that. So I moved to New York 112 years ago, before the internet, and my first job was in modern dance, because I look like a dancer, don't I? And then I moved into theater, and mostly in marketing, and moved up throughout different organizations, including working at advertising agencies and marketing companies and for producers, including Cameron McIntosh, who produced Les Mis, Phantom of the Opera, Cats, some less successful shows. And then I became the head of marketing in the New York Shakespeare Festival, the Public Theater. So it's the Public Theater downtown and Shakespeare in the Park. And I helped to rebrand the theater into basically the brand that Shakespeare in the Park and the Public Theater still have today. And then from there, I opened, because working for nonprofits was not going to pay for baby food. I had a baby while I was working there. I didn't have it. My wife had the baby. And then I opened an agency called Forefront, and we worked for pretty much every show on Broadway over a period of time. So I helped launch Chicago, which is still running. I helped launch Lion King, which is still running. Did John Leguizamo's first Broadway show, Freak. And then we moved into TV and in the internet, and I got a job offer to go run marketing at a television network. I sold my agency, went to work there. Shortly after that, I went to work at IFC, Independent Film Channel, as head of marketing. Less than a year later, they made me the head of the channel, and that's where I got back into creating, which was really awesome. There, I produced a bunch of stuff, which Lori listed, probably most notably Portlandia, and that show kind of embodies myself as a producer in that the talent wants to make the show, but they don't always know how. This is Fred Armisen of SNL and Carrie Brownstein of Sleater-Kinney, the band Sleater-Kinney. And they came in and pitched a show that they wanted to make in Brooklyn, and I'm like, why New York? We don't need more shows in New York. And they said, well, because Fred is on SNL and this is how it works. I said, what's the show? And then what they said was, we want to make it about hipsters and how weird kind of that culture is. I said, well, go to Portland, because that's the weirdest place on earth. And that was really the biggest note I ever gave. They came back about 6 months later with, if you can still watch the first episode up on YouTube right now, and it's just magical. The first opening number is The Dream of the 90s is Alive in Portland, and I'm just sitting there going, holy shit, right? So it was just a magical moment. Then I left there. I helped buy Sundance Channel for AMC Networks, so I ran both for a while, and that was the moment I got promoted past what I like to do, because it was mostly dealing with lawyers and accountants at that point, not artists. So I left there, started a television division for Participant, RIP. Then went to NBC, started a streaming service in comedy. Actually, while I was at Participant, I made a show made a bunch of shows. One called Please Like Me, which if you can find it, is probably the best thing I've ever worked on. And then I made a show with Joseph Gordon-Levitt called Hit Record, for which I won an Emmy. Made a show called Brick City, made a bunch of stuff. And then went to NBC and started a streaming service called CISO. There I made a show with Dan Harmon called Harmon Quest. I turned My Brother and Me, which is a big podcast, into a television show, a bunch of other stuff. That also failed. And I got fired on my 50th birthday, which was super fun. And then I decided there that like corporate world was just not for me. I don't have the metabolism for it. I'm also a bit of an asshole. And so I decided to kind of go my own way and really lean into the creator economy and make my own stuff. And so now I write about the industry. I make these, the reason why I'm called the media cartographer is I make these maps about the media industry. I speak about the media industry, I consult. And it's been really great. The creator economy is a really great way to make your own way without having to worry about the rules of corporate America, which in the media world right now is a pure shit show, which is basically what I write about. It's tough because you eat what you kill at the end of the day. And you have to build a community in order to make any money. But I love it. I'm an artist now. I mean, I write and I create these maps. I think other people call it analysis and infographics, but I call it art. It's my version of art, and it's very freeing, and I absolutely adore it. That's my career.
So one of the things that you probably heard was make sure you follow your passion. I've always seen that when people don't follow their passion, eventually they get fired. Seriously, because people want to be around people who are successful, and when you're loving what you're doing, you just do a great job. And when you're not loving so much what you're doing, you don't do such a great job. So one of the points I want you to take away from some of these stories is just follow your passion and do what you can to try to work on that if you can, even if it's just on the side, if you can't afford it. But I think that's a really important point.
Can I double click on that for a second?
Of course.
I think follow your passion, because I love baseball, but I'm not going to play third base for the Phillies, right? I love theater, but I wanted to be an actor. I was terrible at it. I'm great at playing myself, but I'm not great at playing other people. So I do think, follow your passion I think there's an update to that, which is find your superpower.
Yeah.
Like,
agreed.
What can you do better than anyone else on the face of the earth? It's hard. It's hard to discover what that is, right? And I think
It's also about purpose.
yeah, because it's always going to be something that you like to do. Because if you're really great at something, chances are you like to do it. So I would say if you can if you can at least from here begin to look for it, because it's going to take you a minute to find out what it is. But if at least you're in pursuit of it from this point on, you have an opportunity to find it more quickly. And the sooner you find it, I think the better you can then be great at something for the rest of your life.
Jazz, did you want to say something about that as well?
I was thinking what you were saying, if you like it. And I was like, well, for me, I love directing. That's my main thing. But to direct something, you kind of have to be a producer, and I hate producing, but I'm really great at it. So I feel like that it's interesting, because you kind of have to figure out what your real goal is and then build the skills to get there. Like, I think that I'm not a natural writer. I was never someone who was writing in diaries growing up. I love stories. I was coming up with stories all the time, but writing and physically doing that has always been a chore to me. And it's something that I did because the only way I can direct something really cool that's personal to me is to write something really cool that's personal to me. And so writing to me was always a skill that I made myself really good at, and now I can confidently say I'm a great writer, but it took time to get there. And producing is something where I'm like, oh my God, like raising money, talking to people. I mean, it's so much work. I'm an introvert normally. So I feel like it's something that I've gotten really good at because I knew it was something I had to do to get what I wanted. But yeah, so now I would say it's one of my superpowers is being able to go into a room confidently and like at the very least have that person walk away being like, oh, like I would invest.
During your bio, you said, I met this person, I stayed in touch with them, I met this person. I'm terrible at that. And so I do think there's a natural talent to it, but there is a difference between skills and talents. Talents, just because something comes easy to you doesn't mean it's not a talent. But your superpower doesn't mean anything if you don't develop the skills to enhance them.
And your superpower can change over the years.
But also, I would just say at the dawn of your career, you don't necessarily have a full understanding of all the different potential outlets for your talents and what your superpower might be, because I think an important part of that process is having a diversity of experiences and meeting a diversity of people, and therefore, figuring out where your interests intersect with opportunities, and they may be not what you expected. I started my career wanting to be a director, and found that I loved producing because I love getting people in a room and guiding them and knowing enough about what everybody's doing to be able to sort of steer people. What I learned was that I actually didn't like the lifestyle of a theater director.
Right.
Right?
terrible.
So it's a terrible lifestyle. You have no home. You're constantly going from
That's
project
right.
to project. So I think you do need to know your superpower, but you've got to be open to what's out there and be willing to sit in places that aren't quite right with people and to try to absorb as much as you can from whatever room you're in. Because it may be that you learn what you don't like. It may be that you learn a better way to do something, or opportunities, like, just ways of working that you never knew were possible.
Yeah, to a certain extent, the process of elimination is part of the search.
Yeah,
So finding out the stuff that you do not like is almost as important as finding the thing that you love, because sometimes you can't do the latter until you've done the former enough. The other thing is, I think Lori and I are both examples of people like, what we're doing now wasn't possible 10 years ago. It didn't, like what I'm doing now, there would have been no outlet for it. So sometimes you have to let the time catch up with what you want to do.
I also think you have to fail.
Yeah.
I think that when I think about what one of my superpowers is knowing that I will be able to get back up, right? And that creation and running a business is all about being able to navigate the wave of it. And if you're afraid to fail, you're not going to, accomplish anything, right? So it's inevitable.
And you will learn more from your failures than you ever will from your successes. Something I find kind of as a very unifying, I hate to make generalizations about Gen Z because I think too many people do that. But there is something I think that's uniform, and I think it's driven by our collective addiction to social media, which is, I think people are so afraid of making the wrong choice that it's going to affect the rest of their careers that they sometimes get paralyzed into doing absolutely nothing. And you can't do that. You have to have enough courage of your convictions to be able to fail gloriously. I mean, I've been fired, CISO failed, Pivot, which was the thing I did for Participant, failed. But had I not, someone said this to me yesterday, had I not done those things, there's no way I could be doing what I'm doing today.
Yeah. I have a rule. 72-hour pity party is all I allow myself. Then I get back up, put my big girl pants on, and go out. And so sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes you have to say, okay, that didn't work. Now what am I going to do? And just mourn, and then get up and do it again and figure out what you want to do.
Your
So.
success in life will never be dictated by the things you're successful at. They'll be dictated about how you brush yourself off after failure, get back up, and go at it again.
Yep. So my next question is, for someone looking for an internship or a job today, what are the top 2 pieces of advice you would give them? Jazz, I'm going to start with you.
Be the first to apply is my biggest thing, because all of you are qualified for these. Like, internships are learning opportunities. Like, I know Paul, overheard Paul start saying that earlier. Like, you are, even if you have 0 experience on your resume, you should be qualified for that internship. So put any sort of what's the term, imposter syndrome out the door.
Yeah.
Like, you are qualified for that role so long as you're interested in it in some capacity, like you are qualified for that role. The only thing that's gonna set you apart is your interest, your demonstrated interest in the role, and how fast you are applying. Like, when you see jobs come in, don't take the weekend to update your resume and figure it out. Like, apply that day. Be the first person in their inbox and say in that email, hey, this is why I wanna do this job. This is, and I think that, for me anyway, I think that's my first internship with CNBC after me sending 100 emails of cold emailing people, applying online, doing all the things. and I got rejected all the time. And my first internship happened to be CNBC, and I genuinely think it was because the person they hired dropped out for some reason. They were looking through NYU I don't know, something, and I was one of the first people that applied, and that was also like within 48 hours I had the job type of thing, which isn't necessarily common, but it was, in my experience, that was what happened. So I would just say, be the first person to apply, throw imposter syndrome out the door, and just know that you can do it. Be confident in that and your abilities to do the job.
Love that. And I'm going to ask Isaac, and then I'm going to move on.
I would say when you go in to interview, know a little bit about who you're interviewing with and the organization you're interviewing with, and ask questions. It's not just about you and what they want to know about you, but your engagement with the employer, potential employer, is a huge part of what makes, certainly for me, when I'm looking to hire somebody, that proactivity and knowing that somebody is going to be an addition to the culture of the organization, whether it's an internship or all the way up to the top, just having that curiosity and that proactivity is really a huge thing.
Yeah, I would say market yourself well. Who here has a LinkedIn profile? You have to really curate that as a piece of brochureware in a very specific way. It is the first place that any hiring manager or HR person they're going to go right there, right? And if you look and sound like everybody else, you won't stand out. So your bio should be interesting. It shouldn't say, junior at Fordham University, studying X. Like, that's already on your thing lower. Start with, this is who I am. I am from here. This is what makes me unique. Put it in your voice. On one hand, so if you go to my LinkedIn bio, which you should right now on your phones. No, I'm kidding. There's jokes. It's colorful. I post a lot. It's part of my business now. But there's content there. It's interesting. And it's interesting on purpose. Again, it is part of my business. But your LinkedIn profile should be interesting. It should be a good read. It should tell a story. Your jobs that you've had or positions that you had should be in, get this, full sentences. Not bullet points, not gerunds. If you sound and look like everyone else, again, you're going to sound and look like everyone else. So what gets you to the top of the pile? The other part of it is go out there and hunt. Spend some time, come up with a target list of companies where you want to work. Then go to the pages that those companies have on LinkedIn. Then click on the people profile and then look for people who went to Fordham or who have a background like yours or whatever. Find some kind of connective tissue between you and them. And then as Paul said, or Elena said, reach out to them and ask for, an informational interview. Don't wait for a job to be open. Most jobs are already filled when they're posted by someone's niece or nephew. We live in a Nepo baby world. And when a job is posted, very often it's for legal reasons, our attorneys in the room, to show that like they've posted it and done a search. But it's already been filled with somebody's niece, nephew, or sorority brother, sister, or brother's kid. And they're just going through the motions so that they can say they did a search and they're an equal opportunity employer. But it's already been filled by some Nepo baby. I can guarantee you because I've seen it happen. Mm-hmm. So go out and proactively take informational interviews, and then what winds up happening is every good job I've ever gotten was created around me because someone said, hey, that's a thing. We could do that. And so just be much more hunt rather than be passive. Don't wait for it to come to you. Go find it. Build your network out and eventually join HRTS junior affiliate thing. There's the National Association of Female Executives. I can go on and on and on. There's a ton of really great organizations in New York that are tailor-made for networking for young people. Put yourself in those positions and put yourself in the line of fire of opportunity. Do not wait for it to come to you.
I second that. I just want to quickly say that's how my A24 internship, I looked up who the SVP of international distribution was, I messaged her directly and said I was really interested. And that's how I jumped into the hurdle of doing the interview portion, because they get so many applicants and are so overwhelmed with people. And I was not studying business. I mean, I did a minor in business, but like I wasn't necessarily the candidate that like you would expect for that kind of role. So I probably would have been overlooked, but because I had like gone directly to her, she then put in a good word, and that's kind of how the ball started rolling there.
I think the other thing too, that's when you're desperately seeking an internship, it's hard to remember, is that you have to have patience and time, and you can't be a transactional thing. You have to invest in the relationships, and so informational interviews are not job interviews, but it's an opportunity to open a relationship, and then it's up to you to maintain that and to stay in touch and to keep people posted and to ask questions and to congratulate those people when they have successes, so that they feel invested in that relationship too. I think that's something that when you're starting out, you don't think about the fact that the person on the other side of that equation is a person too, and it makes a huge difference.
I got my job at Netflix because of LinkedIn, because I was posting on LinkedIn and a former colleague of mine saw my post. I asked him, he just reached out to me out of the blue. He recruited me, and I said, and when we spoke, I was like, what made you think of me? He said, I saw your posts on LinkedIn, and it's very hard to get people at Netflix that are a culture fit, and because of your posts, I knew you were a culture fit. That's why I reached out to you.
Yeah, I mean, don't just create a LinkedIn profile, post.
If you can,
It's the most important social media platform on earth right now for your career. There's no question about it. And if you can put content, marketing is not content, but content is marketing. And even if it's just, hey, I saw this article and I thought it was interesting. Like, if that's all you do, when they get to your LinkedIn page, they're gonna see that there's a couple of different things there, and they're gonna understand how you think. And that's how you be interesting. To Isaac's point from earlier, also be interested. You know, ask questions go in with a list of questions. If in an interview, the longer it takes for the interviewer to get to asking questions about you, the better you're doing.
For sure. I read a statistic, I don't know how accurate it is, that only 4% of people who are on LinkedIn actually post things. So it's crazy. I don't know how accurate it is, but that's true. So I'm just going to change course a little bit. When I was working at Netflix, I learned there was something like 170 different roles in film and TV production. So if you could, I know, Jazz, you've had quite a few roles. So if you could talk a little bit about some of the lesser roles that people might not have thought about.
Lesser known, not lesser.
Lesser known, right, I'm sorry, lesser known that people haven't spoken about. So for instance, one of the things I learned was that there's a very, very big shortage globally of production accountants. Nobody can find production accountants. So thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of alluded to it earlier. My goal has always been to be an Oscar-winning writer and director, and that's what I want to do. But once I went to NYU, honestly, that was the first time my eyes started to open about like, oh, like music is a thing, and like accountants, lawyers. Like that's why I ended up doing a minor in business entertainment, because I wanted to have an understanding, even at a very base level, of all the different elements you have to think about to get to said goal. And then interning-wise, I also did like marketing and graphics at HBO. Like I was just doing anything and everything, but there's so many elements, and I think you kind of at least the way I look at it is you have the corporate side and you have the like production side, but you can be creative in both. You know, like it's not like production is the only way you can be creative, because there's so many roles in production that are not creative at all, and vice versa. So I am trying to think of like random examples, but for me, yeah, marketing, graphics, like coming up with logos for things, like figuring out like commercials also for like I was helping with like little commercials at HBO. I was doing the behind the scenes people that I actually really was interested in. That job was working for a company like HBO and then getting a chance to travel to all the different sets of all the shows that they do and then interview all the different people and figure that stuff out. I was like, oh, this is great. I get to travel, I could direct things, I get to meet all these people. So there's so many different types of jobs in any field. Like anyone could work in entertainment regardless of what their interest is. So I think just figuring out, again, like skills that you like, because also like those skills are marketable. So even if you want to be a director and that line, that path isn't super clear, if you find you're really good at sound and you really like recording sound, or you really like music supervision, coming up with the songs that get to go on TV shows, how cool is that? Like, there's so many different types of things you can do that you can develop as a skill that you can then work in that industry, network, meet all your people, and eventually get to your goal, whatever that looks like.
How many different people do you work with who aren't creatives, right, on a daily basis?
I mean, on a Broadway show, you know, like Water for Elephants, I realized there's over 100 people who are employed on that show beyond the stage. You know, there's crew, there's various agencies and marketing and advertising. There's company management, production management.
Set designers.
Set design. We have people who are responsible for, you know, we have acrobats in our show, so we have people who are responsible for the rigging and, you know, all of that sort of stuff that you know, project to project vary, but there's a lot of different, you know.
Yeah, and I've run television networks and other enterprises, and the first people I make friends with are the finance people and the attorneys. Because they can be the ones who say no or yes to whether or not you get the money, or you have the rights to do. I mean, the next panel I think is entertainment law, and you know, intellectual property law is probably the most important thing in entertainment, because if you don't have the rights to do it, then you can't do it. And if you don't account for it correctly, you know, part of the reason why Netflix is the only profitable streaming company on earth is the way they amortize their content, which I think is total bullshit, but they get away with it. You know, there's one of my favorite areas of entertainment that I think gets slept on is research. Big data, small data. The ability to, you know, understand how measurement happens. You know, all of these, you know, right now I take data and turn it into narrative. If you look, Kantar Media just came up with a poll of employers in the media industry, and they asked, what are the top skills that you look for right now? And the fastest growing one is AI. How to understand how to use AI, how to prompt AI. It's the fastest growing, but it's not the top, and it won't be the top for a long time. The top 5, 6, 7 things are taking complex ideas and being able to translate that into ways that people can understand them. Data visualization, which is my entire business right now, that is one of the most important skill sets. These are all based on analytics and data and the ability to understand where the measurement is coming from and to talk about it. One of the reasons why our business does okay right now is because we take all of the research that's out there, all the data that's out there, and we make it actionable and understandable for people. And that has nothing, you know, we turn it into pretty pictures and pretty words, but at the end of the day, the ability to sit down and take big pools of data and turn it into tiles on Netflix, that determines the success or failure of a show right now. So there are myriad jobs. It's not a myriad. There are myriad jobs in the universe, in the entertainment universe right now. You're in education. Yeah. You know, that's what you did at Netflix is to create education programs around shows. Yeah. You know, when you see a show that involves suicide or sexual abuse or something like that, someone comes up with a talk track to go along with that, so that there's an education program to sit alongside this sometimes disturbing piece of content. Yep. Almost everything that you do anywhere can be applied to entertainment. There's no question. There are doctors who are on-set doctors. There are physical trainers who work backstage at Broadway shows to make sure that the people who dance can get up again, because it's the only career that's shorter than an NFL running back is a Broadway dancer. So, you know, you can really find almost catering, security, carpentry. There are tons of jobs in entertainment. And by the way, it's not just New York and LA. Georgia has a massive film enterprise.
And now New Mexico, too.
New Mexico, I was just about to say that. New Mexico, Louisiana, they're really, Portland has one of the best film tax credits in the world, which is why, one of the reasons why I wanted to go to Portland. But, you know, a lot of film is shot there. There's a massive, you know, film community there. So don't just limit yourself to the things like, on camera, behind the camera. There's a ton, thousands and thousands of jobs out there.
Yep. There's also intimacy coordinators.
Yeah.
Which you can think about what that is. All right. So what makes you hire somebody, Isaac, rather than someone else? Like what does someone stand out for you, and what do you think about hiring somebody?
Well, I think I've said some of that already.
Yep.
You know, it's about the level of engagement that I have, but I'm always interested in people who are big thinkers, who are not just thinking about the task at hand, but trying to understand how it fits into the larger picture and ask questions about, you know, what might be coming down the pike next. That to me, you know, I have a small business now, right? So everyone who's on the team is very much on the team. But even when I was working for a studio, I think that, you know, if you're not, you know, thinking ahead or part of that, then you're not value add in the same way that you might be.
Evan?
I think just to double click on what Isaac said, I think an innate curiosity. You know, I don't ask that many questions in interviews. I ask a couple of questions because I already know who the person is on paper, right? I get to what questions do you have for me? Like we're 5 minutes in. And if they don't have any questions for me, the interview goes 10 minutes.
And that's not good, just in
Right.
case.
So like if you don't have a list of questions, I'm a fascinating person. Why is that funny? But I've done a lot of interesting, weird stuff in my life, and all of it's online. It's very findable. So if you come in and you don't have 20 minutes of questions for me, well, then I don't really think you're gonna be able to be on my team because you're just not curious enough to go out and, like, if I give you an assignment, I know that you're not curious enough to come back with more than what I asked for, which is what I expect. I don't expect you to just complete the task. I expect you to think ahead of the task and come back with more than I asked for. That's what gets people promoted. They don't just meet expectations. If you're in a review and you're getting meets expectations, you're not getting promoted anytime soon. Exceeds expectations. That's what gets you promoted. And so curiosity, looking out for what's coming around the corner, being interesting and interested, I think, is what I look for.
Jazz?
I was going to say, I've hired some people too. I would say the first thought that came to mind is who's making my life easier.
Yes.
Honest, and so when I was directing my short, for example, obviously that comes in. Who's like production is like, you know, it's more like production-based types of hires. But when I was hiring an intern earlier this year, it was a matter of like, okay, the tasks I have are kind of boring, or they're not necessarily the most fun, and I would love to like find ways to make it interesting. But when I was talking to the girl who I ended up hiring, she not only was so enthusiastic about doing the boring stuff, which I'm like, I know you're lying, but I appreciate the lie. She would go above and beyond, and like after the interview, she was like, I did some research on this, and like this is what I was thinking about this, and I'm like, great. So she's proactive, she's gonna at least pretend to enjoy this job, and great. Like I don't, you know, especially internships that are unpaid and are for school credit, right? Like I also recognize that it is a learning opportunity, so I'm always the type of person that's like, what do you want out of this? Like, what do you want from, you know, learning with me? What can I do for you? How can I help you? And so she was just very good, she was very clear, like, this is what I want out of this. She was also an international student. She was like, I'm gonna need some letters. I'm like, I got you. like little things like that. She was very clear on what she wanted. She was very clear on what she could provide for me. And I was like, great, this is such an easy hire. When I'm working on sets, it's who's done this type of job before and also who's nice. I personally run with the no assholes rule. I don't, like, it just, yeah, dealing with divas is not worth it, personally. I've had to deal with a bunch, and I'm like, I would much rather train someone from the ground up who's just nice and wants to do the job than have to deal with someone who's like done it and thinks they're better than everyone else. So stay humble.
Life's too short.
Life's too short.
Life's too short. What can a student do right now, aside, I know we talked a lot about LinkedIn, but are there other things that a student can do right now to move forward, to succeed in the business? I'm gonna ask you, Isaac.
I think research, you know, go out and research what the who the players are, and it's not just LinkedIn, but it's and do outreach. It doesn't have to be that there's an opportunity that you're looking for, but I always say to people, it's on the fundraising side, it's on every side. If you want money, ask for advice. If you want advice, ask for money. And I think the same is true of job help, right? If you're looking for a job, don't ask for a job, right? Ask for a mentor. And so I think that while you're a student and you are obviously can't be a full-time employee, this is an opportunity to make friends and to make advisors and mentors.
Yeah, I second that. I think at least my approach was you kind of have to treat applying to jobs and putting yourself out there as a job. Like it is a job. Like sending 100 emails is tiring. Like going out of your way to research and find things and it's so tiring doing that, but it is what's necessary, at least to put yourself, as Evan said earlier, put yourself in the best position to succeed. You're the only person that's gonna keep pushing you forward. If I hadn't stayed in touch with people, gone out of my way to get a bunch of no's, I wouldn't be where I am today. There's no question about that. So yeah, just keep, it's hard. You're doing your schoolwork and stuff too, but putting yourself out there is my biggest thing personally, because you can learn the skills. You can have a portfolio, know what it is you want also. I mean, you don't have to necessarily know what you want to do today, 10 years from now that you're doing today, but even if it's just small time goals, short-term goals, God. Yeah, just kind of know what it is you want out of all these experiences and find a way to make that happen. If I'm working, A24, I have no interest in international distribution. I'm not someone who's interested in that at all, but I knew that would put me one foot in the door at A24. From there, I started talking to someone in production. From there, she introduced me to someone in development. Now that development exec is my personal trainer, at the same time. Yeah, she decided she wanted to do personal training on the side, and I was like, great. But that was a 5-year-long journey of me just meeting people and talking to people and stuff, and just be open to doing things you don't want to do. And as I said, stay humble, because you could be the best filmmaker in the room, but unless you're willing to do all the stuff to get there and get your work seen, your work will never be seen. Well, every now and then it happens for some people, but yeah.
Yeah, it's rare, especially now when there's more content than there's ever been at any time in human history. I think I think finding a mentor, and not just the first person you see with a good title. Find somebody who's actually going to tell you when you're fucking up. You know what I mean? Tell you the personality traits that are not helping you. Those are the people that you want in your life. You want them to be advocates, and you want them to help you find, help you find a job. But at the same time, you want them to tell you when you shouldn't go for that role, because it's just not good for you. It's not a good culture fit. It's not a good fit for you. But also, hey, dude, maybe shut up. This is not your time to talk. Having somebody who can tell you truth and who you can check in with, it's like having a 3-way mirror in your apartment to tell you when those jeans make you look not great. And that's really key. It helps you be self-aware, and self-awareness is one of those key talents that no one teaches you about that you need to have. The other part of it is, spend some time on yourself, going down that rabbit hole of what is my superpower, what might be my superpower. Here's an exercise I'll give you that I like, which is for the next 60 days, take a piece of paper. We gave you red notebooks today. Take those red notebooks, and on one piece of paper, write a line down, draw a line down the middle, and then a line at the top. And on the left-hand side, write hell no. And on the right-hand side, write hell yeah. And every time you feel weak over the next 60 days, anytime you just ugh, I have to do my expense report, or I have to hand in this homework assignment, write it down. And on the right-hand side, anytime you feel strong, whether it's watching a movie or sitting here listening to me drone on, or whatever it is, going to a cocktail party and talking to somebody, playing with your niece or nephew, having an interesting conversation with somebody, whatever it is. Not a lot of people who love that. So there are differentiators. Spend some time on doing research on yourself. It's Everybody sleeps on it. I deal with people mid-career, late career, who can still not describe what it is they do. Well, I'm in marketing. Okay, what does that mean? Well, I'm in consumer marketing. Okay, but what do you do? What is it you're good at? You know, and ultimately it boils down to things like I get shit done on time and on budget, or I come up with big ideas that no one else comes up with. Those are actual talents. And so describing them and being able to get a 25-word elevator pitch for yourself down tight so that someone says, tell me about yourself. It's not, well, I'm a student at Fordham and I live, It's like, no, this is who I am. I am thus, I am this. Be able to describe that. Even if it's just temporary and you're gonna change it over time, that will stand out to people.
But know that you might have to do that garbage stuff too.
You also
Even
have
if you
to do
get-
that stuff.
Even if you get the most wonderful job, you'll still, all the crap stuff I had to do at Netflix, which I loved my job. Anyway, we're gonna get to questions. How much more time do we have? 10 minutes. Okay, I think we're gonna just ask one more question of the panel, and then we're gonna get to your questions, so think about. So the last thing I'll say, is there anything that you wanna add, I'm gonna go to Jazz first, that we didn't talk about that you think is really important for the students to know?
Started with me. Okay. I want to keep it short and simple. I honestly think I've shared everything, at least in terms of my experience, is just put yourself out there. It's okay to get no's. I get them all the time. To this day, I get them all the time. I thought that once I got my first internship at a big CNBC, it'd be so easy to get my next one, and it wasn't. Like, I still continued to work, but I still got a bunch of no's along that way. Stay in touch with everyone. Like, to Isaac's point earlier, I have a little Excel sheet of all the people that I meet throughout life. And I have, like, when did I last contact them? And if 6 months or a year kind of goes by and I haven't talked to them, I look them up on IMDb, I see if they've done anything recently, and then I email them, and I'm like, oh my God, I saw this show that you just did. It was so cool to see your name in the credits. Never watched the show, doesn't matter. Like, I'm just putting,
So
like...
you're bullshitting.
A little bit,
Okay.
which is part of the job, okay? It is a part of the job. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. But also from a like, you don't want to bullshit with someone random who you hate. Like, this, like, you just want to, like, remind them, hey, I exist. This is what I've done since I last saw you. You know, you don't have
Make it about them, that's right.
yeah, like, just say, like, congratulations on this thing. This is what I'm up to. So good to stay in touch. It doesn't hurt to do that. Like, when I receive emails like that, I'm like, cool, this person's, like, doing their thing. I'm really proud of them. And I'd love to help them if I can at some point. So, anyway.
Isaac.
I think that's awesome. I wish I were as organized in my outreach as you are.
Same.
But,
Same.
But I think that's probably one of the best things you can do. And because I know on the other side, I'm not always in an organized job search, right? Like, I'm in I need to do something. I have a sudden need for something. And the people who have remained in my orbit are the people I'm going to go to first, right? So I would say that, I'm just going to second that. I don't know that there's much more to add.
That's okay. Evan.
Yeah, I would, right now especially, the media ecosystem is a bit of a shit show. But there's great opportunity opening up at the same time. So look at where the puck is going, not where it's been. Right now, Paul was talking about gaming when I walked in. The ad business in gaming is going to explode over the next decade. And I know that because I've done my homework. Retail media on TV. Retail media is the ability to market something and buy it at the same, so if you see a QR code on TV, that's retail media. So look at where the money is actually headed. Because if you're looking for a job at Warner Brothers Discovery right now, you're basically, jumping on a sinking ship. Sorry for anybody who's here who works at Warner Brothers Discovery. But like, they're gonna, in my class at Fordham, half the room says they want to work in the music industry. Warner Music laid off 13% of their staff today. UMG is next. The music business is not that great a business unless you work at Spotify or Apple Music. So think about where the opportunity is growing. Don't chase after where the opportunity is shrinking. And that is basically research, 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 research. Read the trades. Read MediaStar, which is a daily free newsletter that aggregates yesterday's news for you. Read my newsletter, Media War and Peace, which you can subscribe to on your phone right now. I'll wait. Again, why is that funny? But seriously, read Lori's post on LinkedIn. Read my post on LinkedIn. Read Alan Woke on LinkedIn. Read Marion Renchette on LinkedIn. The fastest growing economies on the face of the earth are in Latin America, Asia, and Africa, not in Europe and the United States. If you happen to have contacts in any of those regions, that's where a tremendous amount of opportunity is going to open up. So go look for where the opportunity is rising, not where it's shrinking, and that's all based on waking up stupid every day and learning something new about something new every day. That's how you stay ahead. That's how you know where the opportunity is going to be.
Love ending on that. So what questions does everyone have? Yes. Is there a mic for her?
Hi, my name is Amanda. I very much come from a production background, so I can really appreciate all the work that goes into making films. Thought I wanted to be a documentary filmmaker, transitioning more into the business corporate side, not to be all like buttoned up and stuff, but you know, just having worked with a lot of different people, and again, like being agile and open and looking at the future, but what are the things that you've really appreciated from people that you've worked with more on the corporate side?
There was a paucity of people who speak truth to power, and I really respect people who can do that. I do it with curse words and kind of a gruff exterior, but there are people who are actually really, really good at it, who don't do it with curse words and a gruff exterior. They do it in the way that corporate America wants to do it. Charlie Collier, who runs Roku,
just
is
talking
a
about
really
him.
perfect example of that.
Runs Roku.
You know, frankly, there are just a lot of people who are good at that. The woman who just took over, you know, ABC at Disney is really good at that. Dungy is her name, right? But anyway, there are a lot of people who are really good at that. And so I think, you know, people who can come walk in the room, be prepared, and actually say true things when they need to be said, that really is important. Conversely, on the other side of it, there are a lot of people who just talk to hear themselves speak, and I really hate that. So I like people who wait until they have something to say to speak up. And when they speak, everyone leans forward because they know they have something to say.
Okay, anyone else have questions? Over here and back there.
Hi there, my name is Angelica, and I'm part of the media management program. My question is, how hard would it be to find sponsorships in media and entertainment as opposed to mentors? Mentors are people that give you advice and feedback as opposed to a sponsor who's going to use their influence and experience to advance your career.
Jazz, why don't you answer that?
Oh, I was gonna say they're one and the same to me. So I'm not sure exactly. I know you did just give me a distinction between the two, but to me, you're building relationships hopefully for life, regardless of when they could be more of a sponsor or a mentor. And I think that I wouldn't look at it as what are they gonna do for me in those categories. I would just look at it as building relationships with people who are interested in the same shit you're interested in some capacity.
Right. For instance, my mentee is in the room here, one of my mentees, and we were just chatting, and I helped her get an internship, but that was because we built a relationship. I knew that she would make me proud, no matter who I recommended her to, and that's important. So building relationships is really, really important.
I don't sleep on trade organizations. I think it's one of the secret hacks for networking, because so whether it's HRTS or American, the 4As or whatever it is, there are tons of different trade organizations. A lot of them are built around also, like, you know, the Association of Asian Media Executives and so on and so forth. Find a tribe to be a part of, and then that's usually where you can find somebody who is going to sponsor you, because that's kind of the purpose of those things.
Yeah, I think there was a question here. Might have more time. Oh, okay.
Hi, I'm Jessica, and I'm interested. This is a question for all of you because I admire the way that you have all had different opportunities and like done work in a bunch of different areas. I've had experience working in a little bit of TV, and now I intern in theater, and I like all of it, and I want to try film too. And I always am getting the question of like, but which one do you want to do? And I'm like, no, I like all of it, and I want to have a life where I can do all of it. So just advice on that.
I'm going to ask Isaac, yeah.
I mean, I think that the future is to do all of it, right? I think at the end of the day, if you're interested in entertainment and storytelling, you know, the medium is going to be, you know, you shouldn't be limited by that. That said, depending on where you are in your career and you're sort of developing skills and, you know, you want to sort of, you do have to focus to some degree to be able to have meaningful relationships and meaningful skills and all that. But it sounds like you're in an internship stage where you should explore all those things. I think that's fantastic. And then you'll be able to sort of compare and contrast and say like, oh, you know, my experience working at 20th Century Fox taught me a lot about what the theater industry was not doing. Now, the movie studios are themselves struggling, but Broadway is operating even further back. So I think that, you know, you're great to do all of those things.
And podcasting and gaming, like,
Yeah.
and the trend now is not film versus television versus gaming versus, it's actually now to find a piece of intellectual property and go deep.
And how do I express that
Correct.
across platforms? Not the same thing, but how does it express differently across all those things?
Right, and you don't have to do everything all at once. If you look at Evan and my career, I think we're very similar. Our careers have gone like this, right? And we've done a lot of different things, and we've used our talents and our experience to go into different areas and opportunities. And so you don't have to do it all right now. So but you can think of the future of how you want. I think we're out of time. Do we have time for one more question? One more question. All right, who's that? There's one back there. Back there.
Scream it out.
You can scream. Yeah. Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Good now that this is over.
My name is Amory Whiten. I'm a rising senior attending the American College of Greece in Athens, Greece. I'm a fellow international student. Nice.
Wow.
Yes, my question is geared towards you. So my focus is in correspondent journalism, and I do data scraping. So most of my I report on large sets of data. So I am in the midst of, I'm currently here in New York right now. I'm an intern for Sherry Shepherd. Foot in media and broadcasting, what that's about. And my long-term goal is to activate, like there was a show called BET Teen Summit that last aired in 2002 that covered like teen issues such as like entertainment, social issues, stuff like that. And since I am international and I am tapped into like what other teens face internationally, how can I like branch out?
Well, I love that goal. It's great. I'm glad that you know exactly what you want. Interning Sherry Shepherd's a great start, obviously. I was going to say, and this is kind of pivoting between the last question, is say yes to every opportunity and pivot when it's time.
Exactly.
That's like you're here. You have a job right now. Yes, you're gonna come into visa issues and all that kind of stuff. So like build these relationships, figure out what kind of visa it is you need to get from now so that you can stay here and work towards that goal, and then start building a resume for that. If you're going for an O1 visa, which is the artist visa, that's the one that I'm on, build those relationships so that you can get those reference letters and all that kind of stuff that will allow you to stay. If it's that you wanna work full time somewhere so you can get a green card that way, do that and then pivot once you get your green card. Like that's what people do, and I think just I'll keep it short. I know we're out of time, so say yes to every opportunity that comes and then just keep pivoting when you get the chance to. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you, Evan, Jazz, and Isaac, and all of you for listening. And link in with us.
Can you hear me? All righty. We're going to transition. Oh, panelists, before you leave, can I have you stand right here for one photo, please? Thank you so much. And let's give it up one more time for our media and entertainment panel. Thank you. Thank you again. I really appreciate you all. Next, I'm going to invite up our careers and theater business panel, a new perspective and a new side of the industry. Our moderator, Scott Wilcox, is senior counsel at Loeb & Loeb LLP, where he focuses his entertainment practice on theater and live stage matters. Scott serves as a diverse group of clients, including commercial and nonprofit producers, GMs, film and television studios, investors and financiers, playwrights, book writers, composers. He's got it all. Prior to joining Loeb, Scott served as head of legal and business affairs for a leading live stage production and general management company with productions on Broadway and on the West End and touring in the US and internationally. Before attending law school, Scott was a general manager and a company manager for Broadway, off-Broadway, and touring productions. He frequently speaks on legal and business issues in the theater audiences, including bar associations, law schools, and undergraduate arts programs, as well as graduate arts programs. He graduated magna cum laude from the University of Michigan Law School and holds an MFA in theater management and producing from Columbia University School of the Arts. Let's give it up for Scott Wilcox. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Elena. I'm really excited to be here in person this year. I've had the opportunity to moderate a couple of prior panels for ODI on entertainment law careers, and we decided to shake things up this year and focus on careers in the theater business. As Elena said, I started on the business side of the theater and pivoted over time to a legal career, and now get to focus in on representing all manner of participants in the entertainment space. I've had the opportunity to meet our dynamic group of panelists through that, and am excited to get them up here to hear about their experiences. I did want to mention, I have sort of a roadmap for today's panel, but we can take some detours along the way. The exciting thing that you'll find in your career journey is that, as we discussed on the prior panel, you'll have an idea of where you might want to go and how you might want to get there or how you could get there. But I've found in my career some of the most exciting things have been those risks I've taken and detours. So I want to get our panelists up here and hear about theirs. It's my pleasure to introduce them, and I'll try to keep it quick so we can get to some of those details as we go. Victoria is a Puerto Rican and Albion producer, born and raised in New York City. She's one of the co-founders of the Rise Theater Directory in partnership with Lin-Manuel Miranda, the Miranda Family Fund, and Meister Music. Currently, she leads Rise Theater as its program manager, and in that capacity, she's planned an amazing inaugural Rise Summit this coming Tuesday at the New York Public Library for the Performing Arts. And I'll ask her to tell us more about that today. You can come on up, Victoria, whenever you're ready. And I'll just add that she formerly worked as the producing assistant at Octopus Theatricals and associate producer at Broadway and Beyond Theatricals. Our next panelist, Lamar Richardson, is an award-winning producer and actor, son of Antiguan parents. He was born in New Brunswick and raised in Charlotte. He received his BA from Columbia in 2015. He and his wife are the founders of Ivy Lion Productions, which is active in the theater and television space. Come on up, Lamar. And finally, Ayaka is the associate account director at Spotco, one of the leading advertising and marketing firms in the live theater space and beyond. And she shapes and executes marketing and media strategies for Broadway and off-Broadway productions. She currently leads accounts for clients including Audible, Little Shop of Horrors, and Master Voices. She's a magna cum laude graduate of the University of Pennsylvania and holds a BA in communications with a minor in theaters from and also an active member of the Broadway Women's Alliance. Why don't you come up, Ayaka? And we'll dive in. So first, Lamar, I'm going to ask you, I mentioned that you and your wife run Ivy Lion Productions. It's already made an impact in the theater space, garnering you a couple of Tony Awards. How challenging was it to form a production company? And is that something that you think our audience of college students and recent grads should aspire to?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's important for diverse founders to exist in this business. I think media is the most important thing in the world in terms of people seeing themselves and finding their place in the world. And I think that we all have diverse perspectives that are worthy of being seen and heard. It can be challenging because there are a lot of barriers to entry in the business, but I think that, as the previous panel mentioned, you have to put yourself out there. You have to be willing to ask and be told no or be ignored, but it's important to know that what you have to say is important and is invalid, and that you should just feel free to be empowered to move beyond that to still find your place in this industry. And that's what we did when we made Ivy Lion.
Thanks, Lamar. And Victoria, I mentioned the summit that you're gearing up for at RISE on Tuesday. You've pulled together some amazing partners and speakers for the event. Can you talk a little about how that came about and how that fits into your role at RISE and in your, the vision that you had as a co-founder?
Yeah. Okay, so I think there needs to be some backstory about what RISE is. So RISE, what it's at the core of what we do, we have the RISE Theater Directory, and essentially it's the LinkedIn for the industry. It serves everyone but actors, so marketing teams, press teams, producers. And we designed it in mind that everyone can use it, but it was intentionally designed so that it amplifies artists who are underrepresented. So women, people of color, trans, non-binary, deaf, and disabled, because essentially there's a narrative that these candidates don't exist, so this is fighting that exact narrative. So in addition, we gather and share stats about where our industry is with hiring practices and representation. And that can be a bit bleak. So instead of just saying, hey, here are the stats, what are tangible solutions to change those stats? And that's where our network partners come in. And all of these organizations are kind of heart aligned, in which they are promoting equity in the business and also through education. So we have 45 network partners who are all really dope organizations doing the work. And all we do is amplify and uplift the work that they're doing and creating a toolkit for our industry. If you're looking for accessibility services, we're going to recommend Invest in Access or Access Broadway. Just making it easier to find the tools that you need to succeed and move equity further in the industry. So with all that said, I do quarterly check-ins with our partners, and there was like a thread that kept coming up of, hey, can we meet each other? Like, can I meet the other partners? And I'm like, oh yeah, totally, yeah. I'll just send you their contact information. And I was like, oh, that's one step. What's the next step after that? So the RISE Summit came from the need to hold space for community and intentional coalition building. So we're doing a full day. It's kind of crazy. I was like, hey, I would love to do this to Playbill. And they're like, yeah, we'll get back to you in a year. I was like, great. And then a year later, they came back and they were like, hey, is the RISE Summit still happening? And I said, yeah, if you're willing to help me, it's happening. And it's been a crazy few months of my life. It's happening on Tuesday, but it's just a day dedicated to DIA conversations under the theme Belonging, Past and Present. And I'm really excited to just like host a space for us to meet each other and build in that room, but then build after, because it's one step to talk about the issues, but next is building off those issues and changing them. So that's what the RISE Summit is.
Thanks so much, Victoria. That's very exciting. And Ayaka, as probably everyone knows here, the live stage was hit really hard in the pandemic. I wondered if you could talk a little about how, use the mic. I wonder if you could talk a little about how things have evolved since the start of the pandemic and how the recovery is going, and your role at SpotCo in terms of building brands for theater productions on Broadway and off Broadway, how that fits into that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely post-COVID,
ticket buying behaviors have changed. For one, people who would go see 10 shows a year are now selecting the 3 hits that they have to go see and aren't seeing as many, and are also buying tickets a lot closer to performances. That's something we're noticing. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the industry's commitment to racial equity and diversity. I definitely know firsthand that that is something that SpotCo is committed to. We definitely want to make sure that not only the people on stage, but people backstage are representing people who are coming to see the theater. We want to make sure audiences look like, New York City. So that's something we're very committed to, and something that we are working hard towards as an industry, as at SpotCo, to make sure everyone feels included. We created the Audience Inclusion Initiative at SpotCo. It's a group of people, including myself and including my boss, who's the head of inclusion, a group of people at SpotCo with different kind of backgrounds, different races, different gender, sexuality, et cetera, who come together once a month to talk about how we can expand audiences and develop new audiences, untapped audiences on Broadway. So we're really focused on that. What was the other question?
I think you've covered it.
I've covered it? Great.
You've covered it. So I wanted to start by just hearing, as we did, where our current panelists are now. So let's step back for a moment and just talk briefly about the theater ecosystem, just to sort of put on the map for those watching and listening. We've used the terms Broadway and off-Broadway. There's a theater ecosystem that's global, right? So would anyone like to speak to briefly what is Broadway, what is off-Broadway, and some of you have worked across various types of theater, commercial and nonprofit. Any takers on that, just to sort of set the landscape a little?
Okay. It's a bit complicated, but it's probably not. I'm just going to start talking. In New York City, I'm going to keep it here and then talk about the outside. We have commercial theater, which is Broadway. All the shows that go to Broadway are commercial because the way it's funded is different opposed to nonprofit. That's really the difference between the two. Nonprofit is often off-Broadway, and then there's off-Broadway. So off-Broadway could be either like 10 blocks away from Midtown, or it could be downtown by East 4th with the Public and New York Theater Workshop. Most of the time, these are nonprofit organizations, which often have subscription-based, and they do about 4 to 5 shows in a season. Beyond that, we have regional theaters, which do a lot of shows, and often they'll have a touring arm where they'll bring Broadway shows, so that we're expanding what's on Broadway to across the country, and then that gets people excited about theater. So I think it's just nonprofit versus commercial. It's really just a funding difference. If anybody wants to.
I would say, since I work on some commercial off-Broadway too, just to touch on that, that's definitely something newer, I feel like, post-COVID that we've been seeing. I'm sure you saw the Aubrey Plaza show at Lucille Lortel. I work on Audible Theater. We have Minetta Lane Theater downtown in the West Village. It's technically a commercial theater, kind of functions like a nonprofit, but So yeah, I feel like off-Broadway is exciting in a different way than Broadway, because you really get to do a lot of experimental things. Some immersive things are happening too. You might know Sleep No More. That's a good example. But just wanted to add that since I love off-Broadway.
And just to add that Broadway exists across 41 theaters in the theater district, which are owned by the Schubert Organization, the Nederlanders, and Drew Jamson, which just partnered with Ambassador Theater Group. So that's kind of like the bubble of Broadway.
Yes, and just one postscript, the panel did a great job setting that landscape out there. There are some of our leading nonprofit theaters in New York also do own Broadway theaters. So there is some nonprofit theater on Broadway as well. So I'd like to ask each of you now about when you first realized that your professional focus might be theater, that there's a place for you in the theater world. Who wants to take that on first?
I can start. I always loved the arts. I grew up doing traditional Japanese dance. I was always a singer. And when I got to Penn, I somehow found myself in the theater community, found myself performing, but also on boards of theater companies and things like that on campus. And that's kind of where I learned that beyond acting on stage, there are so many opportunities to work in the theater and make an impact, which includes marketing, which is what I do now, but also development and general management and all these things. And so that was really what opened my eyes, and what I did from there was reach out to some alumni contacts, one of whom is now my boss at Spotco, and that's kind of how I got my way into the industry. I worked at some other nonprofits in Philly as well, at the Wilma Theater, and just started getting my hands on any sort of projects I can get on. So I was the marketing intern for the Wilma, and worked at some other nonprofits, and just kind of dove right in. But yeah.
I had a little bit of an unconventional path. So I started as an actor, and I've always been a performer. Started as a kid in church plays, and I always loved art, the art form, and just what being a vessel for storytelling meant. And it wasn't really until the pandemic where everything shut down and I realized just how reliant being an actor required other people giving you a job and seeing worth in you as an artist, that I realized I wanted to take a step back to learn about the behind the scenes of the business. So I went back to school and did a fellowship at Columbia. Stephen Bird and Leah Jones Harvey had Front Row Productions, and they had a fellowship, which allowed me to do a year-long program at Columbia with the MFA students while developing my own work independently. And for me, it was about learning about company management, general management, commercial producing, not-for-profit producing, and really getting a full scope scene behind the curtain to really understand that there are a lot of different moving parts that make something come to stage. And people like me aren't normally in those positions. And given that I had the bandwidth to do that now, I felt a responsibility. And I think that, even being on this panel, it's important for you to see different perspectives, different walks of life represented to show that wherever you want to go, there's room for you there.
I always liked theater. I grew up in New York. I'm a native New Yorker, and I think I will show my cards in that I think theater is inherently inaccessible if you don't have the financial means to get involved. So I always felt like I wasn't able to step into that world. So I admired it from far and was always curious. I didn't get to see a Broadway show until I got high school student tickets. And for me, I was always like, oh, this is really cool, but I did everything. I was a director, I was an actor, I was a writer. And in my senior year, I was one of the co-writers for our senior thesis with Tectonic Theater Project. And I was like, okay, I'm on the writing track. This is what I'm gonna do. And I applied for this writing internship, and I met with the managing director of this company called The Play Company. And he was like, just speaking of you in your resume, I think you're a producer. And I was like, okay, sure. And he was like, are you interested? And I was desperate for a job. So I said, yes, yeah, sure, I'll take it. And then I started that internship, and I was like, oh, this is exactly what I've been meaning to do. This entire time, playing all these roles, this is exactly how my brain works. So for me, I got really lucky in that I started producing right out of college, and then from there, I was at the Play Company for 3 months, and then I was hired to stay for an additional 3, so I was there for half a year. And then from there, I worked on New York Theater Workshop, and then after I worked with Mara Isaacs and got to do the commercial, working on Hadestown, and just from there, I'm one of the lucky few in that I got the full experience of producing, and someone identified it for me, and I finally found a role in which, for me, producing is a role of advocacy. And that is something I'm so inherently passionate about. So it just was really exciting to know that I finally had a place in theater. And that's my little journey.
That's great. Victoria, you mentioned advocacy in terms of what the producer role is, but can you just talk for a moment more broadly about what how is the term, what does the term producer typically mean in the theater business?
I think it's a little different depending on the role. And I think it's evolving as well as we're seeing people come learn about the business side of Broadway. So producing nonprofit was very different when I went to commercial. So in nonprofit, I was working with budgets and contracts, but when you go to commercial theater, that is usually a general manager. But producing is often seeing the long-term vision for a project and figuring out what are the steps in between to get to that long-term vision. So it's putting together creative teams, it's putting together, basically putting together creative teams and getting the project to where it needs to be. And that's the same thing commercial, but also there's the larger fundraising element of raising capital for a show.
Absolutely, very critical. One of the things that I learned early in my professional career is just how important relationships are to the entertainment business, and certainly theater in particular. I wondered if each of you could talk about how you think of that, and everyone has their own personal philosophy or approach that feels right to them, but how did you realize that, and how do you build relationships? How has it impacted your career? Anyone want to take that one, Ayaka or
Sure,
Omar?
I can take that one. Especially since I started at Spotco as an intern in 2019 and then found myself back after graduating. I think I know firsthand that relationships are everything. I made an effort to stay in touch with my Spotco colleagues once I left the internship. The Broadway Women's Alliance was formed, I think, between me ending my internship and then starting. And so, just making sure I'm congratulating the right people and letting them know that they're on my mind. I remember Passover was the first Broadway play that came back after COVID, and Spotco actually did the advertising for it. And so I made sure to go to opening and be there to congratulate the team, and just letting people know that you care, and not as just professional contacts, but as people too, I think at the end of the day, like, we all love human connection and just getting to know people, and that's what I love so much about this industry. So finding multiple touch points to stay connected with people is really important, I think.
That's excellent advice. Lamar, anything you'd add?
I think this is very much a show me business. So I think there's this perceived veil of being an outsider. And when you're coming in as someone new and you're not privy to access, whether it's relationships, capital, et cetera, you can see like you don't have a place. And for me, when I started, I sent an email to several lead producers and didn't get a response. And I think that it was a matter of knocking on multiple doors to see who would open it. And then I got my first opportunity, Death of a Salesman, which then allowed me to be on the scene, so then now people would take me seriously. So I think I want to empower everyone listening that, you just have to be fearless. You have to be bold. You have to know that if you see it for yourself, it doesn't matter if anyone else sees it or not. You just have to keep putting yourself out there until you get your yes. And from there, to what Ayaka said, it is about developing relationships, being a real person. It's not always about approaching someone for an opportunity. Find a point of connection. Are you from the same place? Did you go to the same school? Do you like the same things? Be a real person and go from there, and never feel free to lose sight of who you are as a person and as an artist, because that's the most important, and that's how you'll find your tribe.
And Lamar, would you say that starting as an actor prepared you for some of that early rejection without getting answers?
Yes, and some of my early producer colleagues comment on that. You're so relentless. You have a lot of moxies, because I've been told no my entire career. So now I won't take it, and I'm here to make a statement, and now everyone's coming around the block to me now, and it just goes to show you just have to keep trying and keep showing up for yourself.
Is it your sense that through the work of Rise and its network partners and increased sensitivity that some doors are opening easier right now? I know the industry still has a lot of work to do, but is it yours? Well, for anyone.
I would like to hope so. I think for me, relationships are vital because every job I've ever had is because someone remembered me, and that speaks volumes. The reason I have this job is because, backstory, I bombed the interview. It was one of the worst interviews I've ever had in my life, and I never heard back, and I was like, cool. But apparently they had a hard time finding someone, and they went out to people they trusted, and they were like, who do you think is good for this role? And my name had come up a few times. So that meant a lot. And I think what I'm seeing now is more pathways to entering the business, which was, we talk about gatekeeping a lot. I think that's kind of the undercurrent here. There has been a lot of gatekeeping, and we're seeing the gates being open and offering new opportunity, whether it's not, whether it's just allowing you to be in the room, because we talk about the room where it happens, but who's actually in those rooms? Oftentimes, it doesn't reflect the global majority. So I think, yes, these programs, the goal is that we're opening new pathways, but it's still an uphill battle. I also have conversations where I talk about the work I do and I see people's eyes glaze over. It's not everyone's gonna be invested in the work, but it's the consistent uphill battle that and integrity and hope that you have for the future that will lead you to keep moving the needle forward, but also keep opening the doors for whoever is coming right after you.
Yeah, that's powerful. And I'd like to turn now to advice that the three of you have for those in the room and watching remotely. What things worked really well for you at the earlier stages of your career? Some of them you may still be relying on, but what, and if you have any advice you would have liked to have that you now have in retrospect.
I would say to be wary of self-sabotaging yourself. I think that it's very easy to feel insecure and intimidated and as if you don't have the tools necessary to be successful in this business. But as you meet more people who are quote unquote successful, you'll learn there's a common thread. Everyone's figuring it out as they go. And with every new chapter, with every new step, there's more to learn. And everyone just has to start, which is the first step. So I think you have to know that whatever you have lived, whatever you have experienced is worthy, is valuable, it's important. And you just have to trust that even when you're in these moments with yourself feeling like, why am I in this room? Why am I on this panel? I don't belong here. I don't know what I'm doing. You do. And it's important for people to know that and to see you. So I would say that's my biggest advice. Get out of your own way.
I completely agree with that. And I remember when you first get out of undergrad, you might have friends who are going into finance or consulting and they have job offers like 2 years out from graduation. And I remember that was a lot of pressure, just looking at my friends. And when I graduated, I was desperate for a job. I wanted to be hired anywhere, but like Lamar said, know that you have worth. Even if you are a young grad, you have a lot of skill sets that you can bring to the table that others can't. Even if you might not have access to internship opportunities and things like that, see what you can do on campus. See if there are any organizations, nonprofits you can get involved in outside of school. Just stay curious, and even the small opportunities, small projects, you never know what's gonna end up. You know, you might end up meeting your mentor. You might end up working with a producer that you're going to work on a show with in 5 years or what have you. So don't sleep on the small opportunities. Don't sell yourself short, and try not to be, desperate, because you are valuable and you deserve the best. So.
Okay, I have 3 pieces of advice. The first of which is timelines are not real. I have always felt, for a long time, this is work I've been undoing, of feeling like by 25, I have to hit this milestone in my career. By 28, I want to be fully established. Like, that's not real. I mean, I'm going to gender this for a second. Women, I think, definitely have a different experience. I have a mother who keeps asking me if I'm going to have kids soon, and I'm like, my career comes first, Mom, so sorry. And I think once you undo where you think you need to be, your life, it's like freedom unleashed. It's an amazing concept. So I would say that one. Second, have a really strong support system. Have people you can trust, because sometimes you're going to be going through it, and I think there's a tendency, at least with myself, when I'm going through it, I don't ask for help. But I've learned throughout the years of friendships, when I say, hey, I'm going through it, could you just support me, whether it's going grocery shopping with me or just coming over for a wine night, that really matters. And then third is no is a full sentence. You're allowed to say no to opportunities when your heart is not being fed.
I want to add one more thing, because I meant to say this, but just know that in entertainment and theater especially, there aren't sort of job offers you get like 2 years or a year in advance. It's kind of just like, can you start next week? So just know that that's how the industry is, and don't panic if you don't have a job right as you're graduating.
Are there, in terms of making it work because of that lack of long-term planning on the employer side, are there opportunities for funding or fellowships in the theater space that people should be aware of? You know, particularly if they don't have the means to weather the storm with unpaid internships in the theater for or low-paying jobs at the start.
New York Theater Workshop, the 2050 Artistic Fellowship just opened. If anyone identifies as an artist, that's open right now. There's the Van Leer Fellowship for musicians, TPOC for theater producers of color. I was part of the inaugural year, and they just opened up registration again. It's a completely free course. I think it's 10 or 13 weeks where you learn about commercial producing, and it's a really amazing experience. Those are just the top that are coming to my head.
And there's the Prince Fellowship at Columbia, which is a year-long program. You get developmental support for a project you can work on. You also get a stipend as well, which is really great. And you get a year of classes at Columbia. I did the Front Row Fellowship, which is kind of in tandem with the Prince Fellowship. And there are other playwriting labs and different things that you can get into that offer stipends and some kind of financial support to help to fund your vision.
And in terms of marketing internships and fellowships, things like that, Black Theater United has a program that started a couple years ago where Spotco and other ad agencies on Broadway have partnered with them, and they provide housing, they provide some sort of stipend, that kind of thing, to students who are going to be interning at these ad agencies. So I highly recommend that program.
The other thing I'll throw out there is that we have great nonprofit arts organizations, across the country. So regardless of where you're located, they need support. Nonprofits are struggling right now. The pandemic, we alluded to changed buying habits here, but it's also affected giving to nonprofits. It's affected the subscription model, which is how the nonprofit arts world often had some financial stability. So buying decisions are last minute for a lot of nonprofits, and it makes doing cutting edge, risk-taking work more difficult. So nonprofits need support, and we have a lot of bright, brilliant minds in this room, a lot of skills. Think about joining the board of a nonprofit. It might not have been something you considered at this stage in your life. Maybe you don't know where you're going geographically, but nonprofits need bright people to join their boards. Some of them, there's the concept of a give or get, which you may or may not heard of, but a lot of nonprofits require someone to either raise or contribute up to a certain amount of money. Sometimes they don't have a give or get at all. They're not requiring that of all their board members to allow greater access to those positions. And sometimes they're willing to consider students or recent grads as candidates, or they have a junior board for people that are at an earlier stage of your career. I sort of fell into the opportunity of being the executive director for a nonprofit at age 18 and fundraise programmed a summer theater season for my college summers, and that was a phenomenal experience. And I became the board chair for a nonprofit arts education organization early in my legal career. And those are soft skills and hard skills that are invaluable in whatever you're doing. Even if you think that the arts or theater specifically may not be your ultimate profession, there are ways to give yourself and to give your resources to growing those organizations and the industry. I think we're probably going to take questions pretty soon, but let me ask if there are final thoughts from the panel before we get into the Q&A period. Things that we haven't covered that you would have liked to know.
I just want to say this. You don't have to have some grand scheme vision for your life or for your career in this business, right? It's fluid, it changes, it evolves, and that is totally okay. I came in as an actor and had no idea or intention of getting into producing, and here we are. So I think you should give yourself that permission to explore, to try different things, and to know that you'll find something valuable from each different experience that you can string together through your life and through your career that will always serve the greater goal for your life.
And be prepared to fail, because this is alluded to on an earlier panel, but I just want to underscore it. The professional risks I've taken, a lot of them have paid off, some haven't, but the fact that I took them led me to where I am today and where I'll be in the future. You know, it's those experiences that shape who we know and what they think about us and what we have to draw upon, right? The safe course isn't always the safest course in the long run. It might be the most comfortable thing, but it might put you into a track that's not fulfilling, it's not you. So, you know, take those risks. I'm a strong believer in thinking before jumping, having some reasoning behind your decision, but trust yourself, trust your instincts, talk to people that you trust to validate those decisions. But
I guess if I had to add one more thing, I will say the entertainment industry and certainly the theater industry, it's very small, close-knit, so everybody knows everybody. So, I mean, one of the things that my mentors told me earlier was just be nice to everybody, be kind, show people respect. I just think it's so important in our industry because when you work on a show, you're with these people every day. You see them more than you see your family sometimes, and it's so important, I think, that we treat each other the way that we want to be treated.
We're ready to move into questions? Great.
Feel free to raise your hand if you have a question. We'll have the mic go around.
Hi, thank you all for being here. My name is Madeline, and I wanted to ask you all, I currently am interning at a production company for theater and Broadway, and I come from an acting background and I'm starting to kind of get more interested in PR and marketing. And so I was wanting to get your opinion on when you think is a good time to pivot. If you're starting to discover, you know, maybe you have interests elsewhere as opposed to, like, I've spent about just coming up on 6 months learning like general management and production. And so I wanted to hear from you all when you think, and this could, you know, even go broader, when you think is a good time to make that choice to part ways and maybe look for something new.
Yeah. Well, I love to hear that you're interested in PR and marketing. I love that. You're a current student?
I'm a media management graduate student.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's never too early to get started in anything. I would start, if you know that PR and marketing is something that you're interested in, I would now start reaching out to people that you know work in that field. There are several press agencies and advertising agencies that do what we do. So do a little research, see which companies stand out to you, and see if there's anyone in your network. Look on LinkedIn, you know, do a little stalking, and just start reaching out. I think cold emailing is okay, as long as you kind of frame it in a way of, I want to learn from you and I want to learn more about this industry, et cetera. So I think now is the time to do it.
I was gonna say, you can pivot at any time. Yeah. It's it's your choice. But the thing is, sometimes it seems so daunting. You're like, am I missing one opportunity? No, life is like I caught it at the end of the last panel of like everyone's journey is like different, you know? And I think ultimately what I've learned is that your journey is your journey. You're gonna have these detours that lead you to the right place. But don't be afraid to pivot. Like if you have any interests, you just follow that hunch, you know?
Yeah, and I think it's important to have an open dialogue as well. You never know in your current position by sharing that about yourself. Someone's light bulb might go up and say, oh my God, I just heard about X that you'd be good for, or I know why, who I could connect you with.
Yep.
I just think it's so important to just be transparent and honest, and people want to help, but when they know how to help, that's when the doors open for you.
Yep.
Other questions?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Elena, if I haven't met you in real life. Earlier, a few of you had mentioned a list of resources, creative funds, different scholarships, community things. Would you mind compiling those and sending those to us so we can send them out to students?
Funny you should say that. On the RISE website,
Oh, incredible.
what I've built is that it's meant to be a hub. So if you go to our network partners page, depending on what you're looking for, you'll find pages. So if you're looking for event space, here's where you'll go. Looking for fellowship opportunities, and it's categorized that way. So
Incredible.
I'll send you the
Thank
RISE
so much,
website.
Victoria. I appreciate it. And then for Lamar, I had a question. Earlier, you said that you spend a lot of time getting in your own way. Do you have an example of that and any suggestion for students who may be getting in their own way, how to get around that and how to empower themselves to move along?
Yeah, so like I just told you, I know a lot of people in positions of power who could help me, right? And for the longest, I've been that person who wouldn't ask or wouldn't say anything. And sometimes in random conversations, it'll come up and say, oh, I had no idea you had an interest in that. Here's a phone call, and it's an immediate connection. And years have went by without me using said connection, and it just goes to show that people don't know what to do with you if you don't say anything. And as much as you're in your head with being afraid of thinking that it's gonna piss them off or cut the connection, you never know who might want to really do something for you because they've seen how hard you worked for it. They've seen how much you want it, and they want to help you further along on your journey. And I think, I don't know, even in the beginning of my career, you know, I was always afraid of being seen as like an opportunist. And I think that in this business, some people will read you not asking for something as you don't want it enough. And when I pivoted that in my head, it really just unlocked this whole thing for me. And now I've seen those who get ahead are those who ask and those who speak up. And you can stay behind all you want, but somebody will pass you by because they're not afraid. And I think that's the biggest advice I'd give any of you. Just go for it, and like Scott said, if you get a no, if you fail, so what? Who cares? You'll get up and you'll keep moving.
Thank you so much.
Just to add to that while we're waiting for the next question, one of the prior ODI conferences was about being your own CEO, and as you saw, our prior panel was producing your life, and those really resonate. It's, you know, taking the bull by the horns, figuring out where you're headed, and how do you get there using the resources that are available. Did we have a question? There we go.
Hi, I'm Isabel. I'm a recent grad. I'm from Texas, and I wanted to know what organizations or strategies have been essential in finding your theater community and finding creatives who share your values.
I mean, my clients, I guess.
All of my best friends really are from my first fellowship experience, and that was at New York Theater Workshop. Some of my best friends, one of them I work with now. Yeah, but also I think going back to the relationship building, you're gonna meet so many people, and I'm gonna be honest, I meet people, I'm like, no, I don't need to hang out with them again. You know, you'll know whether or not those are your people, and I think the more you're absorbed into the industry, you're gonna find your hive. You're gonna find the people who you value and they value you back. Like, it doesn't feel transactional. I think organizations-wise, fellowships have been really great. I do this thing called Theatrical Happy Hour, where we do every 3 months we host a happy hour for people to meet each other, and those organic events have been really helpful. But really, since there's theater everywhere, it's about finding the local orgs because there's amazing work that is happening. But I think what we're learning is that there is this pivot that's happening that's more intentional community building that isn't happy hour based, but instead it's maybe art based. Maybe if someone has anxiety or doesn't drink, those aren't that exciting. But I think you really do have to do a little bit of research into what's happening locally, and then just kind of feeling things out, whether it's like a random bingo night, which I know sounds crazy, but bingo's fun, or if it's a trivia night, it's like just finding what's near you. But I would say my fellowship experiences have been the most pivotal for me, finding my friends.
Maybe for me, from like the marketing perspective, obviously, I love all my accounts equally. I don't have favorites. But I think working with institutions has been really enlightening and such a great learning opportunity for me. So when I first started at Spockway, I worked with Roundabout. Now I work with Audible Theater. So it's amazing. It's fascinating when you get to work with these institutions because they have programming, they have a season, and they're a brand, right? So you really get to not just focus on selling one show, but see how you can build the institution's identity as you sell individual shows. So that's something that's been, monumental to my career, just working on not just one-off Broadway shows, but these brands.
And I think what Scott said earlier about nonprofit boards is important. I'm not personally on a board at the moment, but I have a lot of friends who are, and I get invited to a lot of their events. And by doing that, you meet a lot of people who then invite you to other things. And I think that theater as a whole is about community, is about finding your tribe, and people want to find their people. And I think that when you show up and you put yourself out there, people are willing to bring you in.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Agam. Thank you guys for coming to speak today. I wanted to ask a question to Lamar. I found it really inspiring that you opened up your own company. And I kind of wanted to ask how the framework started and how you branched out and made the theater world even bigger, and how that kind of looked coming in as an actor's perspective.
So through the fellowship I had at Columbia, I learned producing was putting together a lot of the different pieces of things that I already encountered as an actor. Granted, a lot of it being talent related. So when you know a lot of people, you need to know how to mobilize them. And I think that, being a producer, you kind of see the big picture, like Victoria said earlier, and you're the curator for bringing this story to the stage. So I just realized I was very resistant to do this. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Me too.
I wanted to perform, take my bow, and leave the stage and leave the cut, right? But I just realized when you're given things, right, relationships, skill sets, opportunities, I feel a responsibility, truly. So I realized, okay, let me open a production company. Let me try to mobilize and put things together and, focus on stories that highlight people who look like me, communities that are underserved, and be a vessel for that to come forward, right? And I started the company. We started in theater. Death of Salesman was my first show. From there, you come onto the scene, other producers start finding you, oh, you're the new, I'll be honest, you're the new person of color on the block. So then all of a sudden, the doors start opening and it's like, oh, I want to learn more about you. What's your background? Where are you from? How are you doing this? Yada, 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 yada. And then I realized, okay, this company is important because it's going to show that there are creatives who look like me who don't have people giving them any sort of attention, any sort of opportunities, and I'll have to be the person to do that. So one of my dear friends is in the audience, and I'm working on his TV show right now, and it's like, I believe in him, so I'm gonna take it and go out to the world and try to get it made, right? And it's just that very same thing, and as I branch out the company from story by story, script by script, I wanna build an ecosystem of people who are othered, who deserve to have their stories heard and told, and I feel that if I do nothing else with this company, it would just be that. And to say, okay, Lamar was here, Lamar did that, and that's important to me.
Hello, one quick question up here. My name's Steven, I'm with the Student Stars from Nova. I just had a question for the people that don't carry on motivation. What were a couple of things that you guys have said or done for yourself that kept you going through all the doubts within your career?
For me, having structure provides me so much peace. So for me, this is gonna sound crazy, but I don't go out or I try not to do events Monday through Wednesday so I can have time at home, because if I don't have that time, I'm not a good person. I need a reset, So for me, I go to the gym in the mornings and that's like my daily self-care, and just having that ritual brings me such mental clarity in a way that when I don't, I feel very off kilter. So I would say having structure or just something that you do for yourself every single day is the best tool I've had. And again, it goes back to an earlier point I made of what are the support systems you build around yourself, like whether it's accountability buddy, like, hey, I have to write 10 more pages, can you just hang out with me and make sure I get it done? I think having a strong support system and also making sure that you are a strong support system yourself is vital.
I think for me, in terms of motivation, I think it's just finding the fun in your work. In marketing, obviously, the day-to-day stuff can feel monotonous at times. Sometimes it feels like, oh, like, is the work I'm doing having any impact at all? You know, sometimes there are moments like that, but there have also been moments when you truly feel the impact, and the work is just so much fun. Like yesterday, we did a Times Square event for Little Shop of Horrors and had an 8 feet tall Audrey 2 in Times Square, which you should all go see, by the way. But moments like that, when the impact is tangible and you can see it right in front of me, really cherish it. Really, don't be afraid to pat yourself on the back and say, you did that. So, you know, I think just finding the fun, finding the joy in the work that you do, I think motivates me.
I would encourage you to really sit with yourself and try to understand what's your why. Like, what's the greater reason that you feel that you want to do this? And I think for me, like I mentioned earlier, it's a necessity. So every day that I wake up and I don't want to make the phone call, I don't want to send the email, I realize that if I don't, who will? If I said that I want to do this with this production company, if I'm not actively setting out each day to do what I said I want to do, no one else will. And I think for me, even when I don't want to do it, and that's very often because it's easy to get discouraged, disappointed, depressed, etc., that wakes me up and makes me want to keep going, because with every single door that opens, even if it cracks open, it shows that it's important, it's matter, and it's possible. And I think that you have to hold on to that possibility, because if you don't, what is this all for, right? And I would tell anybody in this room, you don't look like me and come from where I come from. My parents moved to this country in 1988. I'm the first to do any of this. And if I can do it, you can do it.
Sorry, I'm just going to jump in one more time in that I don't want to sugarcoat it, but there are going to be days when you don't have motivation. A lot of the time, the seeds you plant, you're not going to see them for months or years later. And it's how you find the joy within those moments of like understanding, okay, well, I've done this, I planted the seeds, and I have to leave it alone. But sometimes it's going to be hard. And I don't want to say like it's an easy path. It's never going to be an easy path, but really finding what you said, what brings you joy and what grounds you is what's going to keep you going. But just understanding that most of the time, it is a long game.
And don't be afraid to pause and you know, think for a minute too. That's okay to just do nothing and just let yourself take breaks. Like that is so important.
Hi, my name is Rico. I'm currently a sophomore, and I'm also from Tokyo, Japan, but I was wondering, like as somebody who has a background, I grew up also a performer, but with someone as a background in kind of like a portfolio with mainly performing, how was that transition to, with like more business motives? Like how did you transition to that? Because as of now, I feel like I almost have like so much of my background is performing that I want to create a portfolio with more business motives, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that, well, first of all, in entertainment and theater, the experience that you have currently will be impactful in some way or another, I think. So don't discredit that. But in terms of getting involved, I would just start the work of just researching what are some companies, what are people out there, who are the people out there that you kind of aspire to become like who are your role models? Maybe start there and kind of go from the exploration stage into narrowing down the companies that you could see yourself interning at, and cold email people. Feel free to reach out and go from there. I think I think. And definitely don't shy away from the fact that you have that performance background. It's who you are and informs your thinking and the way you work. So yeah, I mean, I think all those are good things, yeah.
And I just add to that, it's very common to make that transition, right? Performers go off to do a lot of things in the theater world and outside of it, and the tenacity that Lamar's alluded to, the ability to really focus in on something and get it done and stay the course and adapt. Like all of those are very translatable skills.
Definitely.
And also just pardon this, but it's how you market yourself. So if you've been a performer, like say you've been a dance captain, that means you can manage a team. So it's about how you write that on your resume. It's, all skills are transferable. It's really just how you understand how that can be applied in a different situation.
Yeah, I'd say you can't be insecure about it. You know, when I applied to my fellowship, there was no way I thought they would pick me. And I literally laughed as I did the application process because on paper, it read as someone who had spent years doing the work of a producer, and I did not. But like Vanessa said, it's about, you know, not Victoria, not Vanessa, it's about putting together all your experiences and really just finessing it to show how is one transferable skill related to the other, and you have the passion to learn. And I think organizations like TPOC as well are about teaching, learning. People like you who want to learn about this, there are organizations in place that want to welcome you, and I think that you should just lean into that. And use it as a secret superpower. Why not?
Oh, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm done.
And I would also start leaning on resources that are easily accessible to you, like subscribe to the Broadway Briefing. That's how I'm sure all of us find out the latest and greatest of Broadway and beyond. So keep up with the industry, you know, see what campaigns are standing out to you, see what shows you really resonate with, and just start developing your taste and your kind of vision.
I also have one more question. It's a little bit more directed towards Lamar, but you said you handled like rejection in the past, and I'm not sure whether that was like with auditions or interviews. But is it appropriate to ask, like, if you ever do handle rejection, like, is there any feedback or something that I could do better for the next time? If that makes sense.
Like asking when the rejection happens in person?
Yeah, I mean, just to like go back and ask, like, is there anything that I could have done better for the next time?
Yeah, well, for sure. But as a performer, you know, most times it's not about anything you did wrong. It's just you didn't look the part. You look like my cousin, my sister. You're not the right fit. So it's not personal. For a job, sometimes it could be skill set related, and someone might say, okay, you were great in your interview, but you lacked X skill on your resume. And I think if you're looking for that kind of feedback, that's great to have. As an actor, I would not get caught up in any of that. Because who you are as an artist is just fine and perfect just the way it is.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Let's give it up for our panelists. And panelists, can I have you step in front of the stage for a quick photo? Thank you again. If you like to sit for lunch, am I in this picture? Thank you so much. Alrighty, thank you so much everyone for staying with us and for being such wonderful listeners. I'm going to invite our next panel up on stage. They're here from Spectrum News, here to talk all about their commitment to community and how they're involved in their side of media. First, I will invite Shannon Ferry, our moderator, up on stage. Shannon is an Emmy award-winning anchor and reporter. She first joined Spectrum News New York 1 as an intern in 2012 and returned as a freelance reporter in 2014, covering Queens and Staten Island before accepting a full-time role in 2015. She now anchors News All Day on weekdays from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. She previously co-anchored the weekend morning program Weekends on One alongside Rocco and had filled in behind the anchor desk throughout the daytime, including many appearances on the weekday morning broadcast Mornings on One. Shannon, thank you so much for being here. Hi.
Thank you. Hello.
And I'll have Shannon introduce our other panelists.
Yes. Oh, okay. I'm doing the honors of the other panelists. Okay, Guy, you're right in front of me. So Guy Brown, come on down. Guy Brown, our meteorologist at New York 1. Yes. Very, very good. Also like to introduce Sally Neiman, who manages a team of journalists for New York One Noticias, our Spanish language channel. And Jen Hodge, Spectrum News Digital Marketing Manager, is here as well. Okay. How we doing? We all comfortable? We're ready to go?
We're ready.
So something that we were just talking about actually in the green room was how frustrating it is when you are a student and you have these ambitions and these dreams. Before I go into this, I should talk a little bit about Spectrum News, New York One, for those of you who are not familiar. We have more than 30 TV stations across the country. Hyperlocal news is a big commitment of ours. We also somewhat recently launched a national streaming network, so we are getting into the national space as well. But Spectrum's big focus is really community news. We live in the communities that we report on. When I got my first job here, there was a residency requirement. I was working in Queens. I had to live in Queens. Thankfully, I was already from Queens, so I already lived there. But that's the big thing. Commitment to local community. We also do weather, of course, traffic. Politics is huge for us. And so I think the panel represents a lot of what we do across all platforms. So back to what I was saying, we were having this conversation in the green room about how it's frustrating when you are a student and you want to do all these things, but every job you look at, it says needs 5 years experience, right, in order to get there. So getting your foot in the door and your background is obviously super, super important. So we're going to talk about that, start with that. Guy, what was your first in the business and how did you get there?
Yeah, so being open, right? You got to have that open energy because once I was open, Shannon, I got as close as I could to the action. And it started in radio. And I knew I always wanted to be a meteorologist. And even some of my radio, I was a phone producer picking up the phone, you know, and even they were like, well, what are you doing here? And I was like, I don't know, you know?
You tell me, I'm trying to get a job.
I was like, I'm trying to get a job. So no, you got to get as close as you can. And then once you're open, you can start networking and making those connections because once the whole radio station knew that I wanted to do weather, they started helping me out. And that's one thing about journalism is we're all here to help because we've been in those shoes before. So that landed my internship at WJLA, which is the ABC affiliate in DC. And that internship turned into a teleprompter generator. So I used to roll the teleprompter in the morning, and I'm really good at doing that, like sleep. Like I used to be knocked out, like rolling that prompter, you know. And then again, it was still a little frustrating because I've always wanted to do weather. Yeah. So that that job, rolling the teleprompter, I used to go to the station on the weekends and work on a reel. I used to practice forecasting, and I used to get in front of the green screen, and then I started to cut, you know, my demo, my resume, and then that landed me my first job. And it's all about internships, putting yourself out there, being open, and then you take that experience and you just keep applying that to the next opportunity and then the next room you get into.
Yeah, so important. And something else that I was also sharing with them is I think you should say yes. I know you have your heart set on certain jobs. Say yes to whatever interview you get because you don't know what that interview is going to lead to. My first interview at New York One was actually for a photographer position because that was the job that was available. I interviewed, I got in the room, I slipped my reel in there. Like, I just put this here just in case you need someone to be a reporter. And they watched it. And I did start as a reporter. So it just goes to show you if I said no, I'm above this, I want to be on camera, whatever, that I wouldn't even be here with you today. Sally, talk about how you got your in the industry.
Yeah, I actually think it's interesting that you guys are saying this, and it's something, what happened to me is pretty similar. I came to the US to study journalism. I decided to stay, and then I was like, I'm just gonna apply for a job and see what happens. And I think building those connections was so important for me because I was able to, my teacher became my mentor. And when I started applying for things, she was like, let me know, I know people, I'll connect you to them. So I applied to this job at CBS Money Watch. Finance was not what I wanted, but as Shannon was saying, you just have to get your foot in the door. I went to see the executive producer and she actually emailed me, and I will never forget this. She emailed me and she said, I got your resume from the editor-in-chief. You are not what I'm looking for, but I'll give you an interview. And I said, yes, I would like to talk to you. I got that interview, and she said, I love you. as soon as I am able to create a younger producer, an associate producer, just keep in touch. And that was also something that I wasn't used to doing, keeping in touch, because I didn't want to be pushy. And I said, you know what, I'll do it. For 3 months, I kept emailing. Every time I did a new video, I would send it to her. This is the new stuff that I've done. She called me one day. She said, come to the New York office. I'm here. I want to see you again. And she actually created an associate producer job for me, and it got me into CBS News, and I stayed there for like 15 years.
Wow. Sally, I have one follow-up question. How do you differentiate, because there is a fine line, persistence of staying in touch and being annoying? Because you don't want it, there's a difference. You don't want to be hitting them up every single day either.
No, you absolutely don't want to do that. I think what I was trying to do is I would let about 3 weeks to maybe 5 weeks, and also I would wait until I had something interesting to show. It wasn't just anything, but in the meantime, I was doing a lot of freelance work. I was working with a nonprofit organization and doing all their media and all their videos for them. And every time there was something really interesting, really like something that you know it's good enough, that's when I would send that.
Jen, talk about how you got into this industry. Digital marketing, so important to what we do as well.
For sure. When I graduated college, I had no in the industry. All of my family, most of my friends were either lawyers or doctors, and I was like, that's not my ministry. So I decided to hit the beat. I was cold calling places, like, hey, do you guys need an intern? I will work for free. What do you need? And so I got
Like, that's not legal, but thank you.
Right. Whatever you guys need, I'll be there just to get the experience. And I started out at WBAI radio station as a senior research intern. And from there, I just started going to conferences and networking, seeing what was out there. And I totally agree with the sentiment of being open, because my first job, I made a connection with somebody who actually had gone to Temple, my alma mater. And she was like, hey, we have a job in ad sales. I was like, I don't know what ad sales is, but I'll come in for the interview. So I went in for the interview, and I was open, and I got the job. And from there, the rest was history. Ad sales turned into marketing, turned into digital marketing, and that's where I am today.
That's so interesting, because it wasn't your planned path, similar to kind of what Guy and Sally were saying. Do you think that's part of the journey, is maybe not
100%.
knowing where it's going?
100%. I think you may have a plan and you have your idea set on what you want to do, and you just have to be open to see what else is out there.
Yeah, for sure. Guy, talk about, obviously, Guy is on TV every day giving the weather, so he has a very practical impact on people's lives when they want to know what they need to wear that day or if they pack the umbrella. But what kind of connection have you made with the community? You've worked in multiple markets. How valuable has that been, being that voice for people before they step out the door?
Right, yeah. I always try to, first off, I think, I've been around the country, and as just to keep piggybacking off of being open and open-minded, you got to put yourself in their shoes. So my first job was in Wyoming, and then after Wyoming, I went to Wisconsin and then Minnesota, and each place is different. And when you put yourself in someone else's shoes, you can help tell their story. You can, uplift their voice a little bit. So with weather, it changed, like cold for, obviously cold for like Minnesota is not cold for New York, right? So, but when you put that into play and you just relate the weather story to the viewers in the best way possible, I just think that is just the strongest impact you can make as a meteorologist and as a journalist.
And Sally, you have such a unique perspective, a national perspective, an international perspective, and even though you are in local news now, so much of what we do is about localizing the big international story, even if it's happening miles and miles away.
I mean, I think you just said it with the question, everything can be localized, right? Especially in a place like New York, where anything that happens anywhere.
In marketing, you don't have that front-facing, in the camera, to the consumer, like consumer-facing platform. But when you work in marketing, you do have a unique opportunity to push and make sure that people are getting the local news that they so desire. So I think, when I worked at CNN, my biggest thing was, am I making an impact? Like, what does this all really mean? But coming to Spectrum News, I knew that I was making an impact. Like, I knew that somebody was going to see this ad, they were going to turn on, they were going to see you or Pat Kiernan or somebody on the air that was going to make an impact in their day-to-day life, and that was super important to me.
I also want to talk to you guys about being authentic at work, right? Because I think there might be a perception that, you're working in TV and you have to put on this face or things need to be a certain way. Guy, how do you stay your authentic self? We know Guy Brown, he loves to hit. He moved to New York over a year ago, and this man, I've been in New York my whole life, has been to more places in New York than I have. I think your thirst for life is something that's so authentic to you, but I'll let you tell it.
No, I was just on the subway, actually. It's funny you said that. I was just on the A train. Like, I haven't made it to the Statue of Liberty yet because this baby kept, like, saying, it was so adorable, Statue of Liberty. And I was like, man, I still got to make it there, you know?
I can't believe you haven't made it there yet.
Yeah, I've seen it, like, from a distance, but yeah, I got to make it there. But, no, I think just being yourself is so important, and it's a lot harder said than done, I guess. But you gotta just show up and just be your authentic self. That's just so important, and that's just something I try to do every single day.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that helps.
Yeah. Sally, what about you? I mean, there's also, I think what's good about a newsroom is that there's an opportunity, it's kind of encouraged to have different opinions because we have these meetings about what we're gonna cover, and it's better if you don't have the same opinion as everybody else, but what do you think?
Yeah, and obviously, first of all, if you stay true to yourself, it's a lot easier. I think like if you try to keep up with being somebody that you're not, is a lot more difficult, and it takes so much energy off of you. And news and journalism is already an industry where you're 100 miles per hour. So if you don't stay true to yourself, you're just making it more difficult for yourself, and you don't want to do that. And as you say, the perspective that you bring from each individual is so valuable, especially in a place like New York, where everybody's so different with different backgrounds from different places. Not being yourself, I don't think gets you anywhere.
Yeah. Jem, what would you say?
I think being your authentic self obviously serves the main purpose, which is to bring diverse thoughts and backgrounds to the same forefront to achieve a goal. Being authentic when I step into the newsroom or step into the office is so important. It just shows that everybody who shows up as their authentic selves brings a different perspective. You know, sometimes when you're first hired for a job, you're like, I'm just gonna say yes.
Yeah.
Say yes to everything, agree with everything, and they're like me. But you were hired to bring your own authentic perspective, and that perspective is warranted and necessary to making decisions, because ultimately, especially from a marketing perspective, there's somebody out there who's thinking just like I am.
Totally.
And so it's super important. That's why when you get your jobs, that's why you were hired, to bring your unique perspective to the forefront.
And I think there's a way to do it. You know, you talk about starting, you just want to say yes. There is a way to do it that's
100%.
Respectful, right? You can kind of, you don't feel like, I don't think you're right, you know?
Right, of course. Like you hear a perspective and you're like, I value that opinion, but have you thought of it this way?
That's a good one, guys. I value what you're saying, but
Yeah.
you can leave that in the back pocket.
And if I can add something, I think also we have to differentiate between saying yes and then doing something that you're not comfortable with.
100%.
When we talk about saying yes in the job, and that's something that will definitely get you to places, it's being the person that participates, the person that does the extra mile, the always helpful one. Because those things, people remember that. People remember, oh, you know what, when I really needed something, this person got it done. And I think that's really important, like when we're talking
Yes.
about saying yes more than doing things that you don't want to.
And I just wanted to add this one thing. It's very brief, but we talk about, you know, being yourself, but also allowing others to be themselves as well, who may not, you know, see the same point of view that you may have too. So kind of allowing that connection to be innate, and
You bring up a good point about the power of saying yes to things and showing up for things, because one of my cliche phrases is that, you know, there's always going to be someone faster than you, smarter than you, has more connections than you. But the few things that you can control in this life are saying yes and being on time. I think those are two things that it's very equal. And I actually think when you said that, Sally, it reminded me, I really wanted to start doing more live reporting. And I remember it was years ago at this time. Then Vice President Mike Pence's plane had an emergency landing at LaGuardia, I think it was. It was in the middle of the night. I had already worked for the day. My makeup was off. I was in bed. And it was like a Sunday, I think. And there was this call out to the station, like, is anybody available? Mike Pence emergency, who can get there? I lived in Queens at the time. I'm laying in my bed. I'm like, oh my God. I just did my whole skincare routine. I just took off all my makeup. I do not feel like doing this, but if I go, I might be able to report live for the first time, which I hadn't done. And I went and I reported live, and that led to more live reporting shifts. And I think, is there ever a time that, or does that resonate with all of you as well? You just sometimes have to be there and be at the right place at the right time if you want to get to the next level.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being part of New York One Noticias, I usually just get to work with my own team. Shannon can tell you, they needed help on the weekends, and I raised my hand, and it was probably not the best job because I never done it before, but I was there to try and help. And I think it's those kinds of things. You know that you might make a mistake, you will learn from those mistakes, but you're there, you do the job, you learn more, and you're helping, and yeah.
Yeah, and news is just one of those businesses where you have to stay late sometimes. It's just, you gotta say yes sometimes whether you like it or not.
Yeah, and with weather, I mean, it's mandatory because usually our schedule, if there's a storm or anything that could slow you down, you have to be available, and sometimes that can be difficult because weather does not care if it's Christmas, Thanksgiving, New Year's, so you got to make sure you're ready to go.
That's for sure. I want to talk a little bit more about networking, building your network, building your contacts, mentors. Guy, what has your approach been over the course of your career with that?
Yeah, I used to reach out. I used to email people that I grew up watching on TV, meteorologists, reporters, when I first started out, just for simple feedback. And some would respond back and some wouldn't, and that's okay. And that would lead to the next thing, which would be shadowing sometimes. I would just ask the meteorologist, the local meteorologist, I would just reach out, And I think as journalists and meteorologists or whatever your path may be in journalism, being direct and just asking for what you want is, I'm sure, your mentors, your future mentors will really appreciate that. And I got, again, as close as I could to the action. I would go in and shadow other meteorologists, and I would still keep in touch. And I think just staying in touch and keeping that mindset going will just continue to spark new connections.
Yeah. Sally?
I think that's the key, keeping in touch, which clearly got me the job at the beginning of my career. But even throughout the years, just keeping in touch with people that you work, because the industry moves a lot. And even though you may think like you always end up seeing the same people, you still just being able to build those relationships and make sure that you connect with these people, and then somehow you do keep in touch. I can tell you in my experience after many years with CNET, which is technology news that was part of CBS. They were sold to a different company, Red Ventures. They started doing a lot of changes, and unfortunately after a third round, I was laid off from the company. And it was those connections that really helped me get the new job, which is this one. I was able to connect with my previous boss, who was mentoring people. So she mentored me and trained me for interviews. I was able to contact a lot of people that I worked with before to get multiple interviews for other places. And luckily, and I know I was very lucky, but within 3 months, I was already pretty much hired to do this job. So, and I really put it to that, having been able to keep in touch with these people, connect with them, and just not giving up. I think that's what landed me the job so quickly.
Jen, how did you build your network? And you talked about how you didn't know anyone in this business. So what was that like?
Yeah, so I was attending conferences. I was reaching out to whoever would listen. But I used to hate networking. I thought it was super disingenuous. I was like, you're going into these rooms with the idea, everybody knows that you're looking for a job. And so you're going with the idea that I'm just going to, it's like very transactional.
Yeah.
And so I changed my perspective on things. I was like, instead of trying to get everybody's business card in this room, I'm gonna make deeper connections with maybe 5 or 6 people. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with maybe I didn't reach everybody that I could have, but I made those connections, like deeper connections with a few people. And then I followed up, to everybody else's point. I followed up, Merry Christmas, hope everything's okay, still looking for a job. But, ultimately just still following up with people and making deeper connections instead of getting everybody's business card.
I think that's so smart because you go into these networking events and there's hundreds of people there. And like you said, just they know you're looking for a job. Something that I found helpful, and sometimes if I knew I was going to an event and there were certain people who I really wanted to meet, I'd learn a little bit about them. So you could actually have a
Yep.
genuine connection. Like, hey, I did that story that I read that story that you did. I actually have this connection to that, or we went to the same school, or we know the same person. Like if you go in with a little bit of a background, it is more genuine than just saying, hi, how are you? It's so nice to meet you. So that's
It's easier
helpful.
to approach people. And I think it's very important to say also when you are making those connections and you get those mentors, you guys also have to think about when somebody's going to give you a recommendation, they're putting their name on the line. And that's where it's so important to show up, to never be late, to be a positive person in wherever room you are, because I've also heard of other people being like, you know what, I know this person needs a recommendation, but I'm not gonna link my name to them, because at the end of the day, you are representing those people. So it's also really, really important to keep that in mind. And obviously then people like us, I always try to keep move forward and help other people, and I've gotten messages on LinkedIn asking for advice, and I will always respond to them.
Jen, how do you, because to Sally's point, some people are looking for a connection in, but you're putting your name on the line too. So how do you balance that?
Yeah, you have to be discerning, right? Like,
Yeah.
you want to help everybody, but sometimes help is, I'm going to give you the advice that you need to hear. And sometimes it's, I'm going to give you the recommendation. I think it's discerning the difference between the two. I've had people reach out to me like, hey, I'm looking for this job, and I'll look on their LinkedIn and there's nothing there.
Yeah.
So before we can get to that point, maybe let's work on your LinkedIn, or let's work on your resume. And then there are some people who I know their work, I know their character, and I can speak to that and put the recommendation out.
And I think, Guy, maybe you have something to add to this. I think sometimes just realizing that results are not going to be immediate is something too. I mean, these are part of the genuine building a connection is knowing that, you could build this connection over years. I mean, I still talk to people that I met in college. We just check in. What's going on with your career? How's everything looking?
Very true. And, I have a mentor. He is at KGO, San Francisco, Spencer Christian. He used to do weather in New York City a while back. And we just network, we chat, we both love wine, and we have Zooms where we just chat about everything under the sun and sometimes weather. So it's important that your journey is going to be your journey as well. And, things are definitely not going to happen overnight. So you just have to be patient. I remember when I got my first job in Wyoming as a meteorologist, an evening meteorologist, and I had a girlfriend at the time that was back in Maryland, and I had a journal, which I still journal to this day. And long story short, I was just like, all right, I'll do these 2 years, and then I'll get back to DC, and I'll be doing weather there, right? And that was not the case. I had to make multiple stops, and that's okay. So there's no mentor or there's no person who obviously is gonna just give you this or any of that, but still network, right? Because you can take their wisdom and you can start applying that, which I think is more valuable than just someone handing you a job or something like that.
Earning it and earning your stripes and working for it, it's super valuable. Something else, a tip someone gave me once, and I don't remember if this actually led to anything, but he said the interests part, how some people will use interests on their resume? He highly recommended leaving that because you never know what kind of connection, you used to play tennis, I used to play tennis. So you often think the work experience is the most important thing. But to your point, sometimes you can bond with people over stuff outside of your business.
100%. I went in for a job interview once, and someone was like, did you used to run track? And I was like, yeah, how'd you know? It's like, oh, well, I looked on your LinkedIn or something like that. And he's like, my daughter runs track, so let's do another interview. I was like, I mean, okay, great. But, sometimes
You're like,
that
I didn't
one
think that
thing-
was going to be what got me this.
But sometimes that small thing is the thing to get you in the door. And one more thing on networking, I think as equally important as it is to network up, it's also important to network across. Sometimes
totally.
you'll find somebody who is in a position that you want to be in, and so you'll reach out to that person, and they have a million people who are doing the same thing as you're doing. But you have classmates, you have people that you've gone to school with, people that you just know from around, and it's good to also network with those people.
100%. I mean, the production assistants of today are the news directors of tomorrow. I mean, that's how it works. These people move up, and people who are your peers or even below you in terms of seniority could be above you in a couple years from now, right?
You know, to that point, my very first boss said to me, I will always be nice to you because one day you are going to be my boss.
And now you're a boss. That is
But-
a great point, though, of like, I mean, this is just common sense, but be nice to everybody, right?
And you know what, to your previous point, we just go back to being your true self. Because if you take that out of it, then, you know, you may lose those connections that will get you the job. Sometimes it is about personality and it's about what you can bring to the team from skills that you can learn later. Because a lot of the things that you can bring to the table cannot be taught, and it's your individuality.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so Guy, what time did you wake up this morning?
I woke up at 3:14.
AM, because
AM.
it's not even 3 p.m. yet, right? And that's your everyday schedule. Sally, what are your hours?
Well, I'm more like, I start at 9.
Okay.
I did wake up at 6 because I have 2 little ones, so you can feel that for me too.
And
but I
Sure,
don't
pull
really
the
have an
sympathy
end
card.
time to be like
Yes,
my
okay,
job
fair.
is so dependent on when everybody else finishes their work that I may start at 9, but sometimes I don't finish until 11.
Jen, what's your normal day?
Same. It's 9 until whenever the job is done.
Yeah.
And we hope that that's by 6.
Right, we hope. We hope that it's by 6 so you can make those dinner reservations. I ask that because our jobs obviously are, you know, sometimes they're unpredictable and sometimes they require you to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. So balancing work-life balance, mental health, such an important thing. Guy, how do you do that?
Well, yesterday I went to go play pickleball with my wife. So I hope that answers. Getting out
Pickleball.
and exercising is so
Yes,
important,
I agree.
especially on this shift. So you got to take care of yourself first. You know, so I try to take care of myself, make sure I'm hydrating, drinking enough water, eating my vegetables, all that stuff. But you have to take care of yourself because, you know, if you had a tier, right, like different tiers, you have to come before the job. So that way you can do the job. So that's really just kind of what it boils down for me.
So it's vegetables and exercise.
Yes, vegetables and exercise.
Sally, how do you do your work-life balance with your little ones at home too?
It's a tough question. I mean, I agree with Guy. You have to make sure that you're okay and that you're taking care of yourself to be able to either be a mom or do your job. So I do lean a lot on my husband and the community that I have around me because with 2 little ones it's difficult. I try to find community with the school, so if I'm running late for the kid, I have a mom that I can be like, hey, you know, can you get Alexander? I'm running 10 minutes late. So it's a day-to-day. It's a balance, and for me, it has been really finding people around me that can help, especially because my family is not in New York City.
Yeah.
So I think that's what I've been trying to do.
Got it. Jen?
I think I'm really intentional about rest. Sometimes I can find myself feeling guilty, like I'm not doing anything, like I need to be productive. And sometimes it's just about sitting down and watching TV and doing absolutely nothing so that you can be recharged and energized for the next thing or going to work in the week. Just being super intentional about rest, taking that PTO. Sometimes I also feel guilty because I know, okay, we have a lot going on this week, but take the vacation so that you can show up as your best self when it comes to work.
I also wanted to add,
No,
you were
I'm
disagreeing.
agreeing.
Oh, right,
No,
right.
no, I agree. Take your
Also,
PTO.
yeah, I think I kind of hit on it when I was talking about pickleball. But your hobbies, like, it's important to also have some hobbies too. Like I do like Lego Technics. I love cars, so I like build model cars. Constantly reading things that just keep your mind away from work because you know work is coming. Like we always say in this business, like, you know, the 6 o'clock train, like the news is like a train. You know, that train's gonna show up when it shows up, unless we're, you know what I mean. Like
Yeah. You have to control what you can control. I totally
Exactly.
agree with the working out, by the way. I didn't work out in the early days of my career, and I see such a mental benefit, not just physical, but mental benefit now that I do, just taking your mind away from things. So yeah, it's all encompassing.
But maybe we said that in Minnesota, like that 6 o'clock train is coming. But here, trains are actually late, so that does not apply.
Yeah, does not
in New
apply
York.
in New York. I want to talk about difficult experiences in your careers where it was a great learning experience. It was hard, but it taught you something. I actually have one where I was quite knocked down, but I'm so grateful for it because it taught me so much. I wanted an internship in the worst way at a news organization, didn't get one this summer. I was in college. And I ended up auditioning to be an on-field host for a local baseball team on Long Island. And I got it, and I didn't want this job, but I was like, I have nothing else. I didn't get the NBC or ABC or whatever it was at the time, so I'm gonna do this job. And I don't know, I was young, I was not this, my best frame of mind. I do this job, and clearly, like, my heart wasn't in it. To be fair, I was getting paid basically nothing. There was a lot of, double headers. You're getting paid like $30 a game. I'm there all the time. My heart was not in the job. And they stopped scheduling me. And they kind of let me go. And I think it was an example, and it was a realization that you can always be humbled. And if you were not bringing your best to a job, it shows. I thought I was so good. I'm like, I'm fine. They don't realize that I'm not really into this. I'm looking at my phone in between innings. Like, I'm not really that enthusiastic about the seventh inning stretch or whatever the job requirements were at the time. Not news at all, but just an example of I wasn't giving it my all. It showed, and there were pretty much immediate consequences to that. Was there a time where you were like, damn, I really should have done it this way, but I learned so much? That is an example that sticks with me. No, I'm the only mess up at the table.
I gotta think about that one. I'm trying to think.
I can speak to something. It's the first thing that came to mind was at a previous job, I was taking on everybody's work. When somebody just couldn't handle it anymore, and it was a stressful ad sales environment. If you know anything about ad sales, you know how stressful it can be. But I was taking on everybody's work. My manager would be like, hey, such and such can't handle this account anymore. It didn't occur to me to say, why can't they handle this account anymore? Maybe I need to look into why. But I was taking on everything. And then things started slipping. It was like, the I Love Lucy thing where she starts eating the chocolate because it's going too fast. And in that moment, right after I had a conversation with my manager, I was like, yeah, we need to delegate some of this stuff. And so, on the opposite end of saying yes, sometimes it also means saying no so that you can do your best work.
Yeah, totally.
I will just agree with that.
You're like, I don't have some dramatic story about how I was fired from a baseball team, but okay. Okay, so we talked so much about mentorships. We talked about, actually, we didn't really talk about mentorships. Do you have a mentor that you check in with? I know we talked about networking, but Guy, you talked about someone. Sally, do you have a mentor?
I do. She, and she was the one to help me get my first job. She was my teacher so when I came to New York, I did this journalism course with the New York Film Academy, which is not the best school, but they had this amazing collaboration with NBC. So the New York Film Academy was giving sort of like the infrastructure, meaning like the school and the cameras, but all our teachers were NBC people. So we got to shadow them. So if we were talking about war, then we had the correspondent, like Richard Angle, I think is his name. But so anyway, and she used to be at the time, she was the senior producer for Breaking News, and then she moved to being the VP of Standards. And I'm really proud to say that she's my mentor.
That's amazing.
I try to have lunch or dinner with her maybe once every 6 weeks.
Wow. That's a legitimate, authentic relationship. Yeah. I don't know if it's just going back to staying in touch with people. I'm actually a big fan of the physical letter in the mail. I think sometimes that's kind of, oh, wow, thank you. I don't know if it actually makes a difference, but sometimes I think there is something about writing, like, hey, I'm thinking of you, and it takes a little bit more time, at least for me, because I barely write with my hands anymore. We're always typing. It takes me longer to do, so that's something, take that with what you will.
A greetings card. I used to get a greetings card, go to Target, and just kind of write, even just a simple thank you.
A thank you, yeah.
That's what when I would go shadow media, I would just write, a simple thank you, and we still keep in touch to this day.
Yeah, actually I will remember people who wrote me a thank you card versus people who sent me a thank you email. Not that either is wrong, but just something to keep in mind.
But both necessary. I feel like people forget, and thank you cards, thank you notes. If you guys can take one advice from these, always write a thank you after you meet someone.
I was to say the same thing.
Yep.
Yes. It's so important.
Yeah.
Trader Joe's has good ones. I'll get my cards from Trader Joe's. Let's talk about the future. Staying adaptable. Weather is changing so much, especially here in New York. I mean, I don't remember a time in my upbringing where we'd have rainstorms that flooded basements and all that stuff. So how do you stay adaptable to the changing patterns?
So it's a lifelong commitment. You have to be committed to learning. I just left a conference, the National Weather Association conference, and yeah, we were learning new things. And then on Monday, I'm going to Climate Week, NYC.
Oh.
So you always have to, go to conferences. Well, you don't have to. It's recommended. So I have a weather seal, and I had to pass a lot of these tests, a written test, and then I had to go in front of a panel, and they had to score my forecast. And then once you acquire that seal, it's a commitment because now you have to go to these conferences every year. And weather is always changing, and with climate change, it's important. Because you can't just learn it one time in school and then you're good, because models are constantly updating. So yeah, you just have to be committed to what I like to call lifelong learning.
Very good. Yeah. Sally?
Yeah, absolutely. I think just knowing that you can always learn something new and being humble about it, I think that's what's going to get you somewhere, because also the industry keeps on changing. Right now we're facing with a lot of, and I hate to say it, but we face with a lot of fake news. We face a lot, all the influencers who think they know everything, but you need to have some sort of background. You need to be able to adapt. You need to be able to learn. And Shannon can talk about this too, but before you could just be a reporter. Now you need to be able to shoot. You need to be able to edit. You need to be able to do all these things. And that just means you need to adapt with the times. And you need to know that you will always need, you always need to be learning more, and know that there's always something that you could be learning.
Yeah, and I think it's important, and you hope that people catch on, but there's always, I think, going to be a place for local news, because what people don't see when you see a news story on TikTok from someone that you've seen for the first time is you don't know where this information is coming from. You don't know where it's being sourced from. Like, we have many protocols in place before we put something on the air. I mean, it's going through rounds and rounds of approval before it sees air. So I think that's such an important part of local news in the future, is just it's a trusted brand. People trust New York One. People trust their Spectrum station, wherever they get their news. There's a trust there that I think you just can't do, kind of like winging it on the internet. Jen, let's talk about keeping the marketing space, making sure that there are diverse voices represented, not just in your department, but also on the air.
For sure. From a marketing perspective, so Spectrum News is like across the footprint, as many people know. And we have marketing representatives and leads all across the footprint, and we value their diverse perspectives. If I'm putting something out that's supposed to be to Ohio viewers, I'm gonna ask somebody in Ohio, does this make sense? Would they take the bus or would they walk? Things of that nature are so important, especially from a local perspective, because you do want to build that trust. You want to know that the people behind the scenes who are making these decisions are making the decisions with that local piece in mind. Yeah. And so we do look for diverse perspectives in terms of race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, all of the things, but also diversity of thought as well.
Where do you see your industry going in the next 5 years?
I hope that marketing, because now we are all about influencer marketing. That's from an industry perspective, so many people are industry marketers and influencers, et cetera. But I hope that we can also get back to pushing the culture forward. There used to be marketing campaigns where you're like, I can remember that, say no to drugs or no smoking campaigns. Like, you remember those things, and they push the culture forward. And I'm hoping that we'll also get back to that.
Sally, where do you hope the industry goes, ideally, in the next 5-10 years?
Well, I hope we don't lose what we were just talking about, being able to have a place and in an industry and a company that you can trust. Like, Spectrum really follows those protocols. Like, you're not gonna see from New York One something in the news that we haven't verified ourselves, right? Even if you see it in other publications. And I really hope that the industry kind of sticks to that and doesn't necessarily open up, because it's cheaper to have an influencer, right? You have somebody on the street that are just going out there and say whatever they want, but not necessarily has the information or the formation to do that. So I really hope that we don't lose sight of that, and we keep the integrity.
There's something to say about a legacy brand and like trust within generations. I mean, I grew up with the New York One. I'm from the city, so my parents watched a New York One on 9/11. That's something I have a vivid memory of from my childhood. So there's something to be said for people have their local news station that they watch throughout their whole lives, and then their parents watch and grandparents watch. What about you, Guy? Where do you see the industry going?
I think it's hard for me to really articulate where I see the industry going because I'm with science and technology and weather, like that could be going one way, the industry could be
Yes.
going one way.
Valid.
But I think just balancing how we use AI. I think we don't want to become robots and just kind of let AI take over. So you want to still be a human being. I just think balancing AI and using it to our benefit.
Yeah. Does anyone, that's great, no? I think that's good. Does anyone have any questions? We could probably keep going, but I don't know if anyone has questions. Okay.
Good afternoon. How are you
Hi.
all doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Thank you all for being here.
Thanks for having
My
us.
name is Amory Whiten. I'm a rising senior attending DeReed, the American College of Greece in Athens, Greece. My question is based around Mr. Guy's point of lifelong learning. I actually followed you all, connected with you all on LinkedIn just now, and I saw on Miss Jennifer's page that you attended NABJ 24 in Chicago.
I did, yes.
So my question is about mentors because I received a lot of mentors while there, like, NBC Universal, ABC, and a lot more. I'm sorry, give me just a second. My question is, how do I tailor and maximize my mentorships so that they can best cater to my success in my career path?
That was me?
Yeah.
You go first.
Okay.
Both of you.
Yeah. So for me, I can tell you what worked for me. No mentor wants to feel like a stepping stone, and nobody wants to feel like that, right? Because one day you're going to be a mentor to someone. So I think just being a human being, being yourself. Like I said, how my mentor and I, we literally love wine, and now we connect because we both are like wine lovers. So, and then when the time is right, because they know and they want to help, we all want to help because it's difficult sometimes to get your foot in the door, and we know that. So, when you need the help, be direct and ask, but always keep in touch. During the holiday season, and just reach out and just see how they're doing from time to time. So I think that's just probably the best way I would go about tailoring that mentorship.
And just to add on to that point, I think when you have a multitude of mentors, it's important to know which mentor to go to what for, right? I have a mentor that I can go to ask for work advice, to ask for like negotiations, to ask for what your perspective is as a minority in a company. All of these people have different perspectives, and they all matter, right? And they all provide a holistic view of, what decision I'll ultimately make. But having somebody that you can go to for each thing and discerning that based on their background or the conversations that you've had with them are super important.
And also to go on that, I know we're like, to add, if you take out the word mentor as well, use your peers, because I remember in my first market, in news and journalism, we have markets, and New York City is obviously the biggest one, and then the lowest one, I'm not sure, but I was pretty down there. I was like 198. I think there's 210. So that Drake
A
song
humble king.
started from the bottom. You know what I mean? I started from the bottom. Now we hear it, but no. I say that because use your peers, learn from each other. Like there are people I still keep in touch with in my first market. We were bouncing off. Weather is big, science is big, journalism is big. So picking other people's brains around you and learning from your peers is also just as important as finding new mentors as well.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Liliana. I'm an international Fulbright scholar, and I believe that my question will be most for Sally. But first, a little background. As I said, I'm an international student, so I've come to all of these panels, listen and apply to all of the advices, have a really nice network of the Fulbright network, the faculty here, people I've come in touch with, personal board of advisors built here, everything. I've listened and applied to every single advice, but nothing seems to be working when we come to the word international. So although I have the permit and the visa and everything that comes with the legal stay here, when it comes to hiring, doors are not even cracking open, they're permanently locked. So I kept, I'm asking, and I've been asking, and I will continue to, until there is a piece of advice that is missing for international students, and I still don't know what it is. Have you noticed in the beginning of the career or along the way, what is like a specific niche that maybe has to be added to or excluded from this approach that might actually lead to stepping the foot anywhere? Because I have extensive experience in production media, nonprofits, and producing, producing indie films for teenagers learning media and digital literacy, which is quite a specific niche, but it touches a lot of adjunct fields. And it's still a very big no once international is mentioned.
You're not gonna like my initial answer.
Oh, I will like everything, just please
well,
come up with something.
I can relate in the sense of I've seen a lot of people that they have to leave the country because of situations like that. I was actually born in the US, so I don't have that situation. But I will tell you something. When I first got that same first job, I was already hired and my boss was like, oh wait, do you have a visa or do we have to apply? So that wasn't even a question when it actually came to the hiring. So what I'm trying to say is the moment will come when you find the right person that will fight that fight for you, because unfortunately it's a country thing that obviously companies have to go through a lot of hurdles to give those specific visas or to sponsor things. So I'm sure you've done this before, but there's a lot of degrees that give you the OPT, I think it is, that gives you the 1 year of being able to work in this country. And I think that's one way to sort of like get you inside.
I have all of that. Stay, work permit, everything. I mean, for a specific period of time. But once we get to the, there is something in the tone, that goes like, it's going to be a big no.
It's unfortunately not something that it's always handled by a different department, right? So even when I talk to my own team, because we have people that are on certain visas, being at Noticias, and when we're thinking about moving forward, my boss will always say to me, if you're looking at promotions or you're looking at things like that, don't even look at like immigration status is not something that we're gonna focus on to see how we can make sure that they progress in their career. We'll deal with that when that comes, right? Because, as I say, it's an entirely different part of the company that usually has to deal with visas and things like that, and it's so costly for a company that's why usually it doesn't happen. But I say usually because it does happen. I do have people that get sponsors and work here. And the only thing that I can say is just don't give up and keep trying, because eventually, if it's for you, it will happen. And I do feel for you. I have a lot of friends that have left the country because of that. And I'm so sorry you're going through that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It was just the issue of being capable of a lot of things and not being given just the chance to step the foot and then show what you're capable of. And the thing is that I do not require sponsorship because Fulbright sponsors everything. But even given that, visas, everything when it's clean, even looking for a part-time temp job, regardless, anything, nothing seems to be working. So
I'm surprised that that's the case then, because honestly,
It is.
when you're getting hired, if it's not an issue where they have to sponsor you, that's not
It's
something
not.
that you
It's
should
not.
be looking at.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Sorry to waste this much of the time.
Thank you so much.
You are
You will-
an extremely vibrant panel, and you came at a really tough time of the day because we've been here since God created the earth. And I just want to thank you for hitting all the right notes. I mean, you really hit all the right notes, and thank you so much for that. I do have a question, however, for Guy. Guy, you said you get up at 2:45?
Yes.
What time do you go to bed?
I need to go to bed earlier. That's probably the best I can answer. No, I usually, I do my sleep. Yes, I know, right? Practice what you preach.
practicing what you preach there.
I have my sleepy tea by 8. I'm in the bed by 9, and I'm usually knocked out by 10. Well, that's good. Yeah, best I can do.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question, so go ahead. Can you stand up and introduce yourself? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amber. I would also like to thank you for being here. This was a very interesting panel, and it's very inspiring as someone very, very early on in a television career to see people so successful up here talking to students. I really appreciated when you were talking about like your ins early on in your careers, and I was wondering if you could expand on if there were any more logistical early career training for working in television that you would recommend, or if you have any more of the unconventional methods that you would like to talk about.
Really good question. I think, and I hope this helps, and I'll keep this brief too, but also as helpful as I can. Like I was saying, get as close as you can to the action. And I always knew I wanted to do weather, and I was a phone producer at a radio station. So I feel like just again, like being open to those around you and not kind of just going about it, because I could have also said, no, I don't want to do radio, I want to do weather. And then that would have destroyed that connection that got me in the building, that got me in the next opportunity for weather. So it's kind of like, connecting the dots a little bit. So just, I would say the best thing is just to be open-minded and put yourself out there. And as we were saying, like, you don't want to say yes, 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 but, try to just be a little more open-minded at first. And yeah.
And I think this might sound very basic, but watch a lot of TV. Watch who you admire on TV, watch who you think is good on TV. I still watch TV all the time, but I think when I was early in my career, I would watch the people who I thought looked so comfortable and try to figure out why they look so comfortable and the way they position their body, even just like holding a microphone, as crazy as it sounds. That first time, and I don't know, maybe you have done stand-ups in front of the camera before, that first time I was like, do I do both hands? Do I do one hand? I don't know what to do. Like, I think just being comfortable, you can, in today's world, you can put your phone up and get yourself comfortable and read a script if you want to. So I think those are all things that don't require you to get a job necessarily or an internship, but can make you ready for when that opportunity comes knocking. Like, oh yeah, I've read headlines on camera. Doesn't matter what kind of camera, it's your camera, but you've done it, And that's part of being in school too. I'm sure you guys have great resources and access to things like that too.
And I would say try different things and volunteer as well. I can tell you that for almost a year, I was doing 2 jobs. I was with CBS News and I was doing New York One. And that was 10 years ago. So I actually came back to New York One. So it's full cycle. But I was doing the morning show on New York One, and then I was doing the evenings at at CBS. So it was about like 9 months of a lot of work, but it got me to know a lot of people, and it got me this job back, because for them it was like, oh, we have a return employee. This is great. And also, when I say volunteers, one of the things that I did that I think really helped me form to the person that I am today, I was in India for 6 weeks teaching journalism. And I think that also helped me open my eyes to like different perspectives. Because when you teach, and I'm not a teacher or a professor, but I was able to teach high schoolers about what I learned. And I think that was very helpful to know how to do things as well.
I don't work on the air, but I will say volunteering really helped me as well. My first internship, which wasn't an internship, was I met some lady and she had a company and she didn't know anything about social media, and I just volunteered to help her. So you can get technical skills prior to having your first real job. It's just about being open to opportunities that you might not initially think about.
And reach out too. Don't email. Those don't feel as if like, oh, if I send this email, they probably won't see it, or just reach out and and good luck. I can.
It's exciting.
It's very exciting.
Thank you. Let's give it up for our panel one more time. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to have all of you walk down.
Thanks again, guys.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, thank you so much for being here. This concludes our content portion of the day. Those of you that are on the live stream, thank you for tuning in. I know we have students from the University of Michigan. We have students from Arizona State University, so we've got quite a wide nation group of schools, so we really appreciate you being here. Before we head over to lunch together, we are going to take a moment to honor someone who is extremely important to One Diverse Industry. Every year, we nominate someone for the Hall of Fame Award, and each year, this person that's nominated is someone who truly embodies the spirit and commitment of One Diverse Industry, who is committed to uplifting and promoting others to building community. And so we have a little speech prepared here that we're really excited to share with you all. So I'm going to give it over to Paul.
I'm going to try to keep to script here because it's such great writing.
He wrote it. It's a joke.
It's okay to laugh. Yeah. So, God, probably a little over 4.5 years now, as many have, I stumbled across this individual's LinkedIn page, and I saw he EP'd Portlandia, so many other shows I loved. He always posted about commentary on the media ecosystem. It was bold, it was provocative, and I thought he was so cool. So I went and I messaged him on LinkedIn, and he did not respond. So I waited a few weeks, and I messaged him again. And a few weeks after that, he read the message and also didn't respond. But long story short, I weaseled my way into the company he was president of at the time, and soon after I became his assistant, so he couldn't ignore me anymore. And as I dove into his anxiety-inducing calendar, I noticed an organization called ODI. He told me about the mission, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. I wish I had that when I was in college. You know, I couldn't believe that all these high-level execs, including this individual who I'm you know, it's going to be a surprise, took the time out of their day to come and teach and mentor and connect with students. It was amazing how he commits a full day of this organization to being there to show up for the students in the next generation. As I dug into the assistant role and played Tetris with this busy schedule, I would come to him, of course, with moments where I'd say, hey, this student is looking to set a meeting. Are you interested in scheduling it? It's a hectic week. You don't really have time. And I'm sure if it was that busy, we'd push it a bit. But he did tell me something that has stuck with me since then, which was, and I quote, "I'll always take the meeting." Now, I don't know what wires crossed when I had reached out to him, but I've since forgiven. But no, he always made and continues to make a priority of speaking with young professionals and students and offers them advice or down the road an opportunity. He would always make sure that 30 to 45-minute block made it on the calendar. Above all the business and the busyness, he always makes the time. Hell, he's on an AC/DC like Europe tour right now. He was in Amsterdam last week, then London, then Madrid next week. Half the time when I get asked, where is he now? I'll have to make them wait 5 minutes for my 2015 iPhone to load so I can check Google Calendar. But where is he today? He's here. Evan Shapiro, he's literally right here. And this is the type of person that Evan Shapiro is. He's selfless, he's giving, and years later, he's still my boss, but he's also my friend, a mentor, a teacher, and overall, he's the type of person who shows up, who inspires, and who always takes the meeting. I truly do not know anyone else who's more deserving of this honor, that's a fact. And on behalf of all the thousands of people's lives you impact every week across every platform, every stage, thank you, Evan.
I think it's pretty obvious why I didn't get back to him, but thank you all for coming today. Look, you'll have a lot of opportunities to meet people over the course of your career, and you never know who's going to have an impact down the line on who you are, what you become, or what you can do in your life. And the rule I learned from my grandfather was pay it forward. It sounds cliche. He ran a gas station in Philadelphia, and he, many years later, passed. He was in his 80s, and my family, because they're not necessarily as gregarious as I am, asked me to give the eulogy at his funeral. I thought, you know, there's going to be like 20 people there. This was a gas station owner from West Philadelphia, just like Fresh Prince, and you know, he was not well known. We had a family. My family will be there. They all loved him. He was a great guy, very quiet, very soft spoken. His name was Jules. And I showed up, and there were people literally around the block waiting to get into this funeral parlor. I'm like, who the fuck are all these people? And I gave the eulogy, which I was happy to do and proud to do. And then afterwards, people came up to me and said, you know, when I was a kid, no one was hiring black people in Philadelphia or Hispanic people in Philadelphia. He gave me a job. You know, that was the, you know, this was the 40s. So this was not, you know, even close to today. People came up to me and said, you know, I didn't have a job, I didn't have any money, and I needed a way to drive to work. And your grandfather fixed up a wreck that he had in the garage and gave it to me, literally just gave it to me. People came up and said, I was trapped, you know, on the Schuylkill Expressway in the middle of the night, and I had no way of getting anywhere. And I got to a payphone, and I called your grandfather, and he came in the middle of the raining, downpouring night and picked me up and drove me home, and then got a tow truck to pick up my car and fix my car. This is a little Jewish guy from Philly, and he just was hugely impactful in a ton of people's lives for decades, for no good reason. This is not a guy who was wealthy or well-educated or powerful, and he never expected anything back in return. And so that day, I was, in my early 30s. I had a little tiny baby, and I decided, I'd pick up the mantle. So here we are today, working on an organization that I've been working on for much longer than ODI has existed. Dolly Wolf, who's not here today, deserves all the credit in the world. She came up with this idea. At first it was her and I just traveling from campus to campus and me doing little speeches in classrooms, and then we decided to turn it into an all-day event. And first it was at a little theater on the east side, then we went to Pace, and then we came here. So Dolly deserves this just as much as I do, if not more. I loved working with her. She's still with us, obviously, but she's retired. Obviously, the kids from Nova every year, we see every year coming here, and it's just a wonderful, generous thing that you guys do. You're going to be tempted to take money. You're going to be tempted to take titles. You're going to be tempted to do things for the wrong reasons in your career, because that's what corporate America does to you. That's what the world does to you. That's what the world teaches you is, put money in the bank, get power, do things to get ahead. Don't do those things. Do them because you love what you do. Do them because it's additive to the world. If you spend your life chasing titles and money, at the end of your life, you'll have titles and money, but you won't necessarily have people. So thank you for this. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being people in my life. Thank you for picking up the mantle. Thank you for picking up the mantle. This organization is obviously in very good hands with our two leaders. Thank you to Fordham for having us here. And, whatever you do for the rest of your life, try to pay it forward, because the more you put out there, I promise you it will come back to you. So I'm sorry for being so weepy and such a mess, but thank you very much.
All right, everyone, with that, we're going to move to our 12th floor banquet hall to have our lunch. If I could have Pan and the other students from Fordham that are helping with registration help escort people across the street so we can get to the banquet hall, that would be great. And those of you who are tuning in from the live stream, we're going to cut it off now, but thank you so much for being here, and we will see you again soon.